All the pretty girls stand up. All the pretty boys stand up.
Pretty boys in the building.
Sway. This right here is my sway. Sway. All the girls are on me. Damn. Everybody pay attention. This right here is my pretty boy sway. 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 Girls on my rank. Pretty sway. Girls on my rank. Sway. Pretty boy sway. Pretty boy sway. Sway.
Soldier.
Get out the way. Pretty boy coming through.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another stream, or welcome back to part 3 of our Comic Connect Bobby Blue auction watch extravaganza with two very special other YouTubers here. If you guys don't know, we happen to be watching this auction all this week. First one we did on Como Comics channel. The second one we did last night on Automatic Comics channel. And then now we're going to complete the auction here today on my channel. If you guys want to go back, if catching the rewind on this stream, or maybe you're tuning in for the first time and you want to watch us going over the auction sales from the previous days, make sure you hop on over to those streams as well. But we got ourselves, kind of the last legs here, fourth quarter, still a few more huge books to cover. And it's going to be an exciting one. It's going to be cool to see ultimately what the entire Bobby Blue collection ends up selling for in just this weekend alone. I think Automatic has a few numbers that he might be able to share with you guys later on in the stream. So very cool to see that. Very, very exciting. Shout out to Monotone Carts right here. Good Friday, sir. Good to see you, man. But let me kind of do a couple little housekeeping things before I really dive into it with a little bit of a promo before I bring out our honored guests. Guys, this stream tonight is sponsored by me, Swaggle Haas Comics. If you guys don't know, I wrote a comic book. Got my website right here, swagglehauscomics.com. You can hop on over to the shop and check out Sanity, issue number 1. If you don't have the budget for those Bobby Blue books, this book only costs you $5.99. So not too bad. If you ask me, you want to go check out, that would help support me and the channel. I would appreciate it. But now that I got that stuff out of the way, I want to bring on our special guests here tonight. I guess they don't really need an introduction. They've been on the channel many, many times before. But without further ado, let us bring on our good friends making their 19th, 18th, 72nd, 3rd appearance on the channel. At the point now where I guess nobody collects these appearances anymore, right?
Definitely green jacket material at this point.
Yeah, I'm ready for hours 9 through 12 here. So let's see how this goes.
It's been a marathon. But it's been really, really fun to cover these auctions and hang out. And we'll tune into the chat for sure, guys. Just checking with you guys, and if you guys got questions for Drew or Ryan, be sure to ask. But we might kind of ramble here too. And being that it's Friday, we might have some fun beverages later on tonight. So it's going to be a good one. But I don't know, Drew and Ryan, what do you guys think? Like some couple more big books tonight? Anything you're very excited to see this time around?
I'll let Drew go first.
Obviously there's a big boy book or two in there that are right up my alley. We've got the 9.8 TMNT number 1. I will not be mortgaging my house to put bids down on that tonight. The other thing I'm pretty excited about is the Tales of Terror annual number 1. Yeah. Of course, I love my ECs, love some good Feldstein art. And then I'm also kind of keeping my eye on one that's going to hit us right out of the gate. We've got a 7.0 Strange Tales 89, some of that sweet Fing Fang Foom action. So that'll be
that is It's always kind of a sweet, cool one right there. Maybe one of the few post-code monster books that kind of matter.
Yeah, it definitely kind of caught a little wind a few years ago, but this one's a 7.0, and right now, I mean, it seems the price doesn't scare me. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, well, we have a few minutes on it, and we'll pull it up in a second. But really quick, Ryan, is there any other quick little previews tonight that you're kind of excited to see?
Well, I mean, from the Bobby Blue, there's like the big ones really went yesterday, but we do have the like that Tales of Terra annual one. That's the biggest one I see tonight. But Superman #1, these keep showing up on these lists. It's not part of the Bobby Blue, but there are some. I mean, obviously neither is that TMNT one. So the biggest two books tonight are not part of that collection. We'll definitely be watching those. Also, we have the first Dazzler. There's a 9.8 out there.
Huge.
So
Taylor Swift.
We'll be keeping an eye on that one.
It's funny. It's funny. I feel like the audience that is probably tuning in to like this type of auction probably is not really the same audience that cares too much Dazzler, but it will
maybe
be.
You can get a steal.
Yeah. Maybe it'll be a steal tonight. But
buying opportunity.
Let me pull this up, and it is really funny because you mentioned the Superman one. The Superman one didn't make the thumbnail because at this point I'm so jaded to like it being in these auctions.
It's
even
probably
though,
like a fourth print track.
I mean, it didn't even make their thumbnail, right? Like they're using the TMNT one. They're like,
it could very easily be the highest selling thing tonight, but it's like the one that is maybe not as interesting. I don't know.
I mean, it could be. I don't know if there's anything else that would have gone higher in this auction, unless there was some original art or something on the first day that I just wasn't watching.
Yeah, I'm also guilty of not paying any attention to sessions 1 and 2. So apologies to Comic Connect for that, but we know where the good stuff is.
I did hear, and I still couldn't find it, so I don't know if anybody in the chat knows what it went for. I did hear that Amazing Fantasy 15 5.5 had a big number, and I've been trying to see what it was, and I just have been unsuccessful in my search. So if anybody did see what that one went for or had watched it so they can check it, I'd be interested to see where that one ended up falling.
Yeah. Well, let me just quickly do some hellos here to everyone in the chat. We see New Compass here. Loving this live coverage from you all. I watch a lot of the auctions anyway, so it's fun to have you all hang out with and hear your insights. Yeah, I think that's kind of was kind of the thought process and the goal, right? I mean, I figure I probably would have been watching a couple anyway. I'm sure Drew and Ryan, maybe you guys would have been watching a couple anyway. So, might as well do it on stream. We can all kind of do it together.
Exactly. I mean, it saves our thumbs because we'd just be sitting there texting back and forth about it anyway.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. We got Something Wong right here. We got Reef in the chat. We got Joel right here. Good to see all you guys. Thanks again for tuning in. Yeah, these some monster books.
We're inside of 2 minutes on a couple lots here, so things fixing to kick off.
Including that Strange Tales 89.
Yeah. What do you guys think? So I'm not a huge fan of these monster books. Like, I think they're kind of maybe fun, but
I like this one though. I do.
This one is cool. Yeah, it's been pretty flat. Like I'd say that they're really tough because, right? Like, I mean, what's the audience for these particular types of covers?
This book, I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at it, Ryan, and I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm having a hard time judging it because there's literally 5, 6, 7 sales above a 5.5 on GPA.
Yeah, I was going to say a 7.0 is one of those almost unheard of grades for this book. And it's, I mean, it's strange because you do get occasionally some higher grade, like Strange Tale 110s, but I feel like maybe it's just because this one wasn't as big of a key or whatever early on. And so maybe they were more likely to languish in a box for a longer period of time. And so you're just more likely to have those damaged copies. But I mean, I know there were like during the comic boom, this one really spiked because there was that speculation that he was going to be in the Shang-Chi movie.
Yeah.
And he was not. So now it still has held its value relatively well, but it has come back because of that.
What's so funny about that is it's like, why not though? Well, like unless they have, Marvel has grand plans for Fing Fang Foom. Like, why wouldn't they just be like, hey, let's just call this dragon Fing Fang Foom for fan service?
What did they have to lose at that point, right?
And yeah, you would have made some people happy, like
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
yeah, this thing in high grade is tough because it actually predates FF #1, so it's right in that like danger zone of Marvel chipping, just that really bad paper they were using. So couple that with kind of the dark background and the dark edges and stuff, and it's just a tough one to find in really, really nice shape.
Yeah,
But even, like we were talking, the 7.0's fairly high grade for this book, and the price doesn't really reflect that. I don't know how long we're gonna drag this out. I mean, we could still be here in 25 minutes talking about it, but
yeah, I mean, I feel like it's gonna get some more bids.
Yeah.
Like
probably
because it's not an old label. I haven't taken a close look at this one, so I don't know exactly what the like if there's any potential with that book, but
yeah.
I mean, it looks pretty nice.
We had a 6.0 sale in December for $3,600, and a 7.5 sale in June, and that was for $5,280. So
there's a little chip on the top of the back, but I mean, and actually the last, I mean, I don't know if it's the last sale. It has the comic, or no, maybe that's the new Comic Connect sticker. I was wondering if maybe that was the old one. It's like as just another Comic Connect book coming up, but yeah, I mean, it looks really nice for a 7. I mean, I don't know if it's all because of that chip. It's very likely there's not grader's notes in this era of grading. It's a 0, like the serial number starts with a 0. So I think
it's a little tan on the back cover too. So
yeah.
Well, we're gonna see when this one ticks down. I also do want to kind of revisit some of these Strange Tales 110s that I want to talk about. But before I do that, we got to bring on the man of the hour, guys. Very, very special guest here. Very, very big bonus for everybody in the chat. All 80 of you right now. Drinks are on Philippe tonight.
All right,
ladies and gentlemen, Philippe, one half of FlipMode Comics, joining us tonight. Good to see you, man. Thanks so much for hopping on.
Awesome.
I imagine you've been celebrating the last few days.
Exciting couple days.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me, guys. It's a cool experience to be on one of these things. But yeah, man, it's been pretty exciting these past couple of days. Jamie and I, we've been like just going off the charts, just yelling, screaming, like, like just, breaking records and shit. So it's like, it's cool. It's pretty exciting, So
yeah. It's really cool to see it, and obviously it's been a developing kind of story and everything. I guess while we have you, like, is there any sort of highlights or particular things that you and Jamie were surprised by, just off the top of your head, like any of the books that you were most interested in what it was going to sell for that surprised you or went higher? What do you think?
Yesterday that startling the Terror Man, that LB Cole book,
that thing would not quit last night.
Same, man. It was
right here, right?
Yeah. Jamie and I, we were just, because usually we're always on we were like these past couple of days we've been on FaceTime and shit, and like we've been seeing the auction go live, and we have our spreadsheet, estimations of what we feel they might go and stuff like that. But yesterday we had no idea.
I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card,
Yeah.
that was a monster.
We actually had this book. I think we had it like at 14 or 15 or whatever, somewhere around there. But then we were just like, what is going on here? Like, is there a movie coming out?
It's always nice to be that wrong in that direction.
Oh yeah, the LB Cole cinematic universe,
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, this book, it's one of those that just hardly ever comes up, and it's a really good grade, and so I mean, it could be in one of those situations where the guy wanted to have it no matter what. It was all it takes is 2 guys, and it's like, I want it. No, I want it. Hell no, I want it.
Yeah.
And
we were joking that like you guys were maybe bidding against each other, but you weren't talking. And so you're just like, who's this asshole that keeps bidding against me? Keeps bidding each other up.
Yeah. So, the Chambers, man, I mean, I know that Jamie wanted that really bad, because from the very beginning when we first saw that book, while we were going through the collection at Mr. Bob's house, that was one of the books where we were like, okay, like,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
so a lot of these books were not in bag and boards, and we took bag and boards with us, So actually, most of the books were not in bag and boards, So, and they were just in these file boxes. I actually have them right here. I don't know if you guys can see the file boxes, but I mean,
Oh wow.
everything there is all Bobby Blue, and they were in these file boxes, and then we immediately we put it in a bag and board, and so but immediately Jamie was just like, I want it, and I was like, well, you got to bid on it, fool. You got to bid on
Get in the
it.
Shark Tank.
Yeah, but
Well, that's funny. Were there any books, Philippe, that you were kind of looking at, or were you like, nah, I'm just gonna get it all out there?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Were there any books that you yourself were hoping to bid on as well?
Yeah,
Like Jamie?
I mean, I was going after the Journey, the double cover.
Okay.
I was going after that book. It was I stopped at a certain amount, so I was just like, I can't no
Yeah.
more, because I mean,
We see
even
that.
with the buyer's premium after that, like
Mhm.
I think that book hit over 30 now, with the buyer's premium. So,
Yeah, right here.
but yeah. Oh, okay, close to that.
Just
under.
about. I mean,
Just under.
we were talking about, like, being it was a double cover, maybe it would double it, maybe. And I think Ryan, you said maybe it'd be like a $20,000 book. So
I was thinking 20, and it
Mhm.
beat that out. So
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping, because Jamie and I were like, shoot, like, don't, give us a price of a 7.5 and a 7.0, because it's 7.570,
Right.
but because it to me, I think it's one of a kind. I've never seen a double cover Journey one,
Yeah.
So I think that might be the only one on the planet. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask this, and shout out to Max right here with the $5. What book was FlipMode most surprised with how low it went for so far through the 3 days? Do you have anyone, Philippe, that you can think of that was surprising how low it went?
Yeah, and Jamie will attest to this, but we weren't disappointed because everything else was. I mean, the whole auction experience has been a really great experience, because this was our first time on Comic Connect,
Right.
and
Mhm.
so but the Mask one was one of the books that was one of the most surprising books that we felt, even though with the buyer's premium, it did fetch over a little bit over 50, I think, right? 50.
Yeah.
Right here.
So, yeah.
54.6.
I was bidding on it up till around 40. I was just like,
Quitter.
I'm just like, this is too cheap.
Yeah.
yeah, and so that, I mean, when do you ever see this book come up?
Right.
And I know that a lot of people with the whole Bobby Blue written on the cover and stuff, it kind of turns people off with that. But me personally, I would actually love that, especially having the name on the label. It's just attests to the fact that that book belonged to this collection itself.
Yeah.
That's
so,
something I tell a lot of people. It's like, they made a ton of these books. Like the print runs were massive on all these things.
Yeah.
But what really sets them apart is when you can identify an individual book within that print run and know its story. So not only do you have the book, but you've got its life history to go with it. And that just kind of sets things apart to me. Anyway.
Yeah, and then and so we knew that the 8.5 was highest on census, right? And so it was the I Promise collection. I call it the I Promise.
Yeah.
But we saw that the sell on that was 144K. So we're like, okay, like we got 2 grades down. Like we're kind of hoping in the 60 range. Hopes and dreams in the 70s, so it's like, but I mean, we're very grateful no matter what, and and this book particular was one that was very surprising for us.
Yeah, and it seems like it's, you know, you win some on some, you lose some on others. Like you said, the Starling goes for 10K more, and then the Journey goes for 10K more, and all of a sudden it's like, well, this mask is 70K, so it's kind of all the same, right? Like,
I mean, like, what? Let's wait another 5-10 years for another one to pop up, you know?
Well, I mean, like, to me, for like books that sold right around each other, that it basically canceled it out, is like that mask. I was like, oh, that went a little low, but then that Mr. Mystery 6, that was a monster sale.
Strong,
you know, and so then it's like, okay, that just canceled out anything that I thought I might have lost on that.
right?
No, what about the Crime Suspense, Ryan? Like,
Oh yeah, my
we were
God,
like,
that thing was fun.
what is going on?
right here.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah, that one just defies logic. That thing just went crazy.
that thing just went insane. Yeah, I was just like, what is going on? But I mean, that, you know, what an 8.5 last sold for? I'm not sure what an 8.5. I think our 8.5 was like 21K or something like that. I'm not too positive. I can't remember what the last solds on that, but I mean, we were just like, wow. I mean, I guess, I mean, somebody really wanted it, you know, and so we're just like, cool. You know, I mean,
the way I look at it is like, if you've got two people and they don't really care how much something costs, and they're just like, I don't want to wait another 6 months, 8 months, a year for that grade to pop up, and they're like, I'm just gonna get it now.
Yeah,
you know? And that's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about this stuff is that especially there's a lot of books that haven't, you know, we're going through, you know, we do our research and stuff, and we're seeing that a lot of these books, there's just no price point on a lot of this stuff, you know. So I tell Jamie, I was like, man, let's just set the market on a lot of this stuff, you know, even if it's like $200-$300 stuff, because there's boxes full of Western stuff, but some of those Westerns, you never know. You know what I'm saying?
We were talking about that. Like, to me, like, because I had priced everything out, you know, and I was looking at like what the biggest winners and losers were and that kind of thing. And one of the biggest upside surprises was Kid Colt Outlaw #2.
Oh yeah.
Like, I had that one going for 1,100, went for 1,846. You know, and I'm like Westerns. That's what we're going for now.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's so there's some pretty cool Westerns and stuff like that. So I'm definitely gonna bring those out. We're gonna process those and send them out. But we definitely got to get through them. You know, we have like 9 short boxes full of stuff that still needs to get graded and sent off to auction. Plus on top, I have there's 10 file boxes here they're all stacked and full of from that collection too, you know, we just need to go through and see what else, you know.
Yeah, you don't need to send them to auction. We can just work it all out backstage, you know.
We'll make it work.
Actually, you know, so you know how we had a Bobby Blue sale this past Sunday?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had COAs done, you know, so the customer, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Shami, or Shami, I think his name is.
Yeah, he has a little skull. He has the I think it's like maybe the Gym 6 as his logo.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But he was requesting a COA, and so I was like, okay. I was like, so I actually found this company that was able to get them overnighted. So I designed them, did some kind of, you know, and so they overnight them, and so I got COAs. So everybody that bought on Sunday from the Bobby Blue collection is going to get a COA for that. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's cool.
Can I ask you a question right quick? And I'm sure this has probably been touched at some point, but how were these books stored from whenever Bobby stopped collecting? Were they in the banker's boxes like you were showing? Were they in a closet? I mean, it's pretty evident they weren't in a hot attic somewhere or a damp basement, but I was just curious, you know, what steps they'd taken to kind of maintain them over these years.
Yeah, so they were in the banker boxes for many years, and these same banker boxes actually, and he had them in the closet. Closet, and so when we pulled him out, the family had already pulled him out of the closet because they knew that we were coming, and so they made it easily accessible for us. And so
I love it when people do that.
Yeah,
so great.
So they were in closet for many years. It was really cool experience, man. It was I mean, we never in our wildest dreams thought we were able to be fortunate to find something like this, you know.
Yeah, I mean, this is the dream for
Yeah.
guys like us, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of dealers out there that, you know, have been in the business for 10, 15, 20 years and never found this, you know, and we've been and we were very fortunate, you know. It's just it was a hit. It was like a really good hit for us, a really good lead, and it followed through, and we saw it through. And you know, when we went, you know, we were just very nervous, and you know, it was just like a waiting game for a bit, and then once we got,
it was funny to me watching you guys coming home afterwards, and you're posting the videos, and you're like your car, like with all those boxes in the back, and I'm like, that is so much money driving around. I
mean, particularly was fond of the reel that's like, oh crap, I found an RG1. Oops.
Jamie and I, we were just on the whole drive home, you know. I think what it take us 32 hours to get home, because it was in the like a really small town in Indiana, like near like Indianapolis area, and then so we drove it home 32 hours, and the whole way home we were just like, every time we had to pull over for gas, because every time we pulled over for gas, we swapped over, right? Like it was his turn to drive or my turn, and then every time we pulled over, we had it like, what's in the box, you know, like James with his what's in the box, you know, little episodes.
Did that in some like super sketchy looking parking lot, and I'm like, man, you guys are gonna get like robbed in the parking lot.
There's like general everyday paranoia, and then there's driving home, just an unbelievable comic collection, cross country paranoia, because you know, like if the car's not moving, it's susceptible, right?
I mean, we did not leave the car by itself at all, because we didn't. All we stopped for was just to use restroom and like to put gas. But even then, like, we had to take turns. So if you know, if Jimmy had to use the restroom, I waited inside the car, and then we took turns. You know, so there was no way we did not leave the car, you know, unattended at all. And we weren't gonna ship this stuff, you know, because immediately, I mean, usually every time we get leads and we do our travel to go do like evaluations for stuff for leads and stuff, for the most part we ship stuff out. So we'll pull like the big keys out of the collection, and we'll travel with them. So we'll take like a one of those shipping boxes that we have, right? And we'll take like the bigger books, and then those books will come with us on the plane, and then I'll ship out the rest. Like Jamie and I will tape up the short boxes or long boxes, and we ship them out, you know, FedEx or UPS, whatever. And then by the time we get home, you know, a couple of days later, the boxes show up. But this stuff, we were just like, there's no way I'm not shipping shit, you know, like
no doubt.
We're driving it, you know. And sure enough, I mean, it was what, 32 hours. It was a lot of fun. Jamie was all paranoid, you know, because of my driving, but
for good reason.
That's great.
Well, let's really quick. Let's because we got some of these submariners coming up. I mean, you have one of them in the mix here, but should we just really quickly recap? 3,500 for this Fing Fang Foom.
Sold for less than the 6.0 sale in December. So if you're looking for a Strange Tales 89, it may still be looking for the bottom.
Not a bad deal. We got some Strange Tales 110s here. I happen to be looking at these ones. I think that these ones went for calendar lows, you know, so good time to buy some Doctor Strange books.
Yeah, that 1.8 barely broke 1,000.
That's crazy. Yeah, 1.8 going just around
1,000. Sensation go?
That's like back to 2020, 2019, probably.
Yeah, this basically 2020 price. This 452 is, you know, nice looking 4.5, around 2,500 bucks. But yeah, good price, good deal if you wanted it. Now we have these submariners here. I don't know if Ryan, if anyone's, you know, particularly stand out to you. I know we got this one right here was part of the Bobby Blue collection, but yeah, any of these ones that you want to highlight?
I'd say the 11 is the big one that's there. I mean, there's no number one, so like once without number one, I'd say the next big one really that's well known is that dragon cover. So
Yeah,
kind of in the
that
same
was
vein
wild.
of Fin Fang Foom, you know, like people like dragons on covers, and I think that's definitely. I mean, it's probably I don't know for sure, maybe like number 2 or number 3 in the run for Submariner.
Now, what was the thought process, Felipe, for you guys sent in this one? Was this the only one in the collection, or do you have other subs, or was there like, what was kind of the method of why you guys picked what you picked to send this time around?
Ideally we were deciding to want to just send everything. That's why we were kind of hesitant on selling anything on the live feed.
Right.
Because we just wanted to send everything. Because there's a lot of stuff. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff where there's no price point, so we just don't know, there could be a lot of hidden misses or surprises and stuff like that. But I think there might be another Submariner bird, but there wasn't much. That one might be the only one, or if not.
I thought Jamie last night said there were a few more.
Okay,
that were going to be going in.
I thought
there
those
might be a few
wasn't that
more,
Marvel Mysteries we were talking about.
Maybe it was Marvel Mystery.
Yeah,
maybe
I think
that's
it was
what
Mystery.
There might be a few more because I got about 9 short boxes of all the process stuff that has to go to CGC and Comic Connect. So I mean, but the way we were just going about it, I mean, like those are books like that are just given to us. It's a no-brainer when you're going to send Marvel Mysteries and Submariners and Captain Americas and stuff like that. And then whatever horror, whether if there's bondage or something gruesome on the cover or something, like we're going to send it all.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a box full of Disney stuff, a lot of Disney, from the Bobby Blue collection. So that stuff is going to get processed pretty soon too, and it's going to head up. So we're going to see if we can get that on the next auction.
Right.
So, but hey, did the Sensation 1 sell already?
That sold last night.
Yeah,
I think it was like 58,000, something like that.
Oh, it went for 58.
I think it was either 56 or 58. I thought in that range.
What do you guys think? You think with the Bobby Blue label will fetch a little more?
I mean, I had thought it was going to go for, I think, around like 65. So it went a little lower than I was expecting. But I mean, all Wonder Woman stuff has been dropping a little bit.
Yeah.
So was there a situation that you guys were going to put up yours and then someone else wanted to sell one? You guys just decided not to sell it at the same time, kind of thing?
It was already there, Vince.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was already at Comic Connect and it was already scheduled for this auction. And so, we spoke to Vince and I was just like, let's just wait, because I want to see what this one goes for,
Well, and like 2 of the exact same grade. That's not the best.
Same grade,
Yeah.
So it's like, let's use this guy as a guinea pig and shit, But yeah, I mean, we had it actually, Ryan, as well at 65 too. We were thinking that book was going to go for about 65 as well. So, but we'll see. I mean, it's going next month, or the next auction, I should say. So
yeah. What's the gap between the Comic Connect auctions? I feel like they're a little further apart than Comic.
I think it's in November. I think the next one.
Okay.
Yeah.
This Submariner 12 is getting down to the last few seconds.
Got to get it closed right here for 12. Yeah. $5,000 right there.
Yeah.
Plus the BP, which is
$57.50 all in. And I had no idea where that was going to go. The Promise Collection 7.5 sold for $10,200 last June. And there was a 4.0 sale this July for 2,000 basically. So not a lot to work with as
kind
far
of
as
a big window in that section.
Yeah.
Now I'll say the Submariner 11 though is going huge.
Yeah,
Right
it's
here.
still banging.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
this is the one you talked about. There's this one that closed, is the Submariner 3, but I guess not necessarily the same type of key, in the run, but still 10,000,
for perspective, a 5.0 sold a year ago for 7,800. I mean, this is bubble.
Well, and you don't have a buyer's premium on this 11, so a little more incentive to bid slightly more aggressively, I guess.
I mean, it's still double what the last sale was a year ago. I mean, it's hard to tell. Like if you go and look at the other one, like if it was that much nicer or something, but that's still a big number.
Definitely.
Yeah, this one looks pretty nice. I mean, it feels like the red's pretty saturated.
Yeah, and then there was a 5.0 sale in January 2022 for 9,900. So yeah, this is definitely blowing both of those most recent sales out of the water.
So, Felipe, how are you deciding what to send in versus what to do the live sales for?
We had like a little price point. Jamie and I, we had like a threshold price point, and then also whether if there was like recent sales and stuff, because I mean, a lot of the stuff, if, Ryan, I mean, and we've been, when it comes to our grading, like I want to say we're pretty much in the ballpark, I mean, like there's been times where we've missed and stuff like that, but for most of the part, we're in the ballpark. So like we'll grade the stuff and see what it might come as far as grade wise, and then we price it out. And if there's like recent sales and stuff, then we'll move it, because I mean the information is out there, and so it's easy for us to kind of get a price point. But if something hasn't sold like in fucking 10 years, and we're just like, let's just grade it, because you just don't know.
Yeah,
Right.
grade it and just let it rip.
Yeah, and just let it rip, because we ran into a lot of instances in this scenario, in that case, where last sold was 2007 or 2012 and stuff, and so I was like, nah, so yeah, I mean, that's how we've been just going about it, even if it's like,
I think that'll be nice too. You were talking about like the westerns and all some of the other stuff that's like hard to do. It actually might just be kind of a nice thing to let's just get a price check for the market on all this stuff. If you guys have nothing to lose on those books,
Yeah. I mean, we'll probably have a Western show. We're gonna be wearing cowboy hats and freaking flannels and shit.
Just don't break them up and sell pages, because we saw pages didn't.
Pages
are good for the buyer right now, not good for the seller.
Did you guys see that Tag 27 page that we had for sale? Man, we gave that away.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
It was $2,500 for that. The Batman page, actually. So
yeah, I was pretty tempted, to be honest. I was watching the auction, but I mean, as far as a page is concerned, a single page, it's a good one.
Yeah, it was a really good one. Yeah. The Joker, apparently everybody wants the Joker one, but
right, yeah, makes sense.
The bat, yeah. But yeah, man. I mean, it's a process. It's a slow process. We're submitting $50 a week.
Wow.
Have you gone through everything? Like, do you know everything that's in it now, or are you,
for the most part? There's one book that we can't find, that apparently Jamie swears that it's in here, but we can't find it. It's the Chilling Chambers of Chills 23, I think. It's the
the zombie eating face cover or whatever. Yeah,
Mackin, kissing. Whatever.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
So like, I'm still digging through the boxes to see if it's in here. If not, then Jamie probably freaking
pocketed it.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not buying this one too.
That's right. That's right.
I paid for that other one.
I too misplaced $1,000 comic books all the time.
Yeah. No big.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's cool.
Well, yeah, it's huge. It's really exciting. I think we're looking forward to the Tales of Terror annual, later on today. That'll be cool to watch.
Yeah.
And then there's some other stuff too. We were talking about like the Superman ones that aren't even a part of the collection that are always kind of fun to see. But yeah, this one might tick down here, Ryan. I mean, getting down to the wire.
Up to 18 now. And just for perspective, we're at 18,000 now. The Promise Collection copy was an 8.0, and it sold for 19,200 in June 2021. So
that person's pretty happy with their purchase now. Then
they're feeling good.
We talked about that before. I mean, like a lot of those Promise Collection books, like as long as it was one of the keys, they felt like they were high numbers back then, but they're going for more. I mean, consistently going for more.
But isn't it that thing where it's like that repriced the market and also maybe brought attention to some of the books that are in demand?
It definitely did. I mean, the fact that I think that that might be one of the big triggers that caused the spike in the golden age, was that Promise Collection pedigree, because so many people got to see so many really nice copies of all these books that you don't see ever. And you know, people can complain about the grading or whatever all they want. They're still extremely nice books. Like they look amazing.
Hey, I thought Jamie was going to be in here too. Did he send you guys a message or?
He said he was going to come through. I don't know if it was him that sent. He said that he might have to hop in later on because he has some escape room thing or whatever. But you know, we don't need to wait for him. But you know, also too, we're going to be on this for a while, so you know,
it's like 4 hours. You can jump in and out.
You can jump in and out. You need.
No, I got you.
I'm still in the war at this point.
But yeah, there's also people in the chat. You know, you guys have questions. Now's the time to ask.
Yeah,
you know, while you have the man here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he already covered my points. I was curious where it was from and how it was stored. It's like, man, I'm happy over here. All this learning I got to do tonight.
I mean, it's surprising how well those boxes like that can keep books. You know, like that was like I had bought that small little Bronze Age collection, and they were just in boxes like that, and I got an 8.5 on one book, you know, and like a lot of them were like 6s and 7s, and they just sit in there. You know, they seem to do relatively well as long as they're not thrown into an attic.
Yeah. I mean, especially when they're in like an interior closet like that, you know, the closet itself kind of keeps the air from exchanging. It keeps it from baking in the sun. It's just being undisturbed and in a moderated climate. Just it's all they need.
Yeah. Well, it's funny too, because it's like I remember I have memories being like a kid, you know, and having all those whatever 80s, 90s books. And I remember the LCS owner being like, oh yeah, like those bags and boards you're putting in, they're not going to last. You know, those are in 10 years, all those books are going to be oxidated or whatever. And it was like 30 years later, as I find my childhood collection, I'm like, oh, these are like 9/8. These are all great. And it's just like, I feel like this idea of how to properly store and stuff, it has been, I don't know, debunked in a lot or ways.
Well, people will pull a book out and it has that like imprint, you know, of where it's like kind of like something has like oxidized or whatever onto the board, and you can still get 9/8 with those.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like it does, like, because people will use it as like, this is why you need to change your board. It's like, not really. You know, it's like it's probably still fine.
That's stuff coming out of the book impacting the board, not vice versa.
Yeah.
And I will say not all bags were created equal, because I've definitely bought some collections where I've gone to remove a book from the bag, and the bag literally just crumbles into 1,000 shards on my desk, and then I spend the next 10 minutes trying to vacuum it up.
Well, I mean, it was like that Vampirella collection I bought from you guys, from Jamie and Felipe. Like those were in those old, those bags were like 40 years old, and they were all yellow. Like they were just like you'd try to open them and they would stretch out.
Was that the really high grade?
Yes. Yeah. Those magazines are all at CG. Well, not all of them. The ones I'm sending out are at my presser right now. But like the Star Trek books, like I wasn't counting on anything for those, and a bunch of them came back like 9.2. Like, and they were no boards, just in those bags, sitting in those boxes. And,
I remember.
Almost on the clock for Superman.
Yeah. That Vampirella collection was like, damn, because we were like, should we just let them go or should we just grade them? But I remember, we're like, let's just let them go, because we got that for such a good deal. We're just like, let's just move it, you know.
Yeah, never lose that let's just let it go mentality, okay? Because I still need a lot of books. Okay,
it's gotta go.
It's gotta go.
I've heard that somewhere.
Have you guys? You think you've like ruined it for yourself? Is it just now every new collection you get, it's like, oh, it's just a bunch of ASM ones? Now.
Yeah. After the Poppy Blue, it's like, oh, what the hell? Silver Age Spider-Mans. What the?
Yeah.
Was Old Man all Silver Age, or was there Golden Age in that one?
Yeah. No Silver Age at all. His
No, was the Old Man with that collection, was that one all Silver Age, or was that?
So no, the Old Man was Golden Age. It even had Platinum Age, man. There was poles and stuff like that in that collection. And it went down. He had books. I think there was a book from like 1912 or something like that. It was cool, like some sci-fi books, like, you know, it was and so it went all the way to silver to bronze. It went all the way up to bronze, I think, if I'm not mistaken. but that collection was by far one of the best collections ever. Our buddies, actually, the comic book boys, were the ones that were fortunate to find that, and then and then we helped facilitate move the books. You know, we were the ones selling every book out of that collection. Not every book, because so like the Amazing Fantasy, all that stuff went to auction, but you know, a lot of the other stuff was we moved. Yeah, I mean, that collection by far should have been pedigreed, but you know, it's got to go.
It's gotta go. It's gotta go. Shout out to comic boys too. They're good guys as well. But this one just closed 19,000.
Yeah,
50.
$200 below the promise 80 or 85 or whatever it was. That's impressive.
Oh man, that one's coming up.
Yeah, so we have we got a lot of the subs here. We'll just do a quick glance. 10,000, 5,000, a lot of high four figures with a lot of the run fill book. That was definitely the winner though. This $19,000 sale. We got a few other ones here. I don't know if there's any ones that are interesting that are worth pointing out or talking about. Ryan probably knows best.
I would just say not on the Submariners, but like that Superboy number 68, like a 7.0. That is a tough grade for that book. I feel like I never see that book outside of a 4.
Well, I mean, just your typical mid to late 50s DC. They're just so tough. But yeah, that's a really, really sharp looking copy.
Let's see if I can find it. Oh, which one right here? Superboy number 1?
58 or 68 rather. 68. The Bizarro cover.
Did I pass it?
Yep, on the right there.
This one?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, first Bizarro. I mean, all these Superman villain specs have been pretty hot recently, with all the
That's why
James
I was
Gunn.
buying them 2-3 years ago, guys.
Yeah, the James Gunn effect, in full force, full swing here, but based on Blue Beetle and what is to come with Aquaman, I mean, is James Gunn ever going to get to do what he is planning to do?
They may oust him before he even gets his first
die in the womb.
Yeah, well, Warner Brothers. I mean, I guess Barbie's going to save Warner Brothers, but will they even have the budgets to make these movies? I wonder.
Mm-hmm. So we've got a long way to go on this Superman 1 to catch the last sale, which was in June of 2022 at 192. We're sitting at 132 right now. So
now I feel like that one was I think it was an incredible looking copy.
Mm-hmm.
That prior sale,
yeah,
if I remember correctly, because like there are, this 1.5 is decent, but like I feel like that one was really, really nice. But yeah, it's got a long ways to climb.
Mm-hmm.
Felipe, do you have a grail of grail books that is something that you would want to own one day?
One day I would love to own Darkhawk number 1 double cover newsstand.
Oh, newsstand? Oh yeah, I can't help you. Can't help you.
I got nothing there.
Double newsstand. On both
I'll trade you. I'm like one of these Bobby Blues for the direct.
I mean, just being in the business for a bit, I've been collecting since I was 7. So, a lot of my stuff was 80s and 90s. And so, I bought some. I started getting into the Silver Age stuff later as an adult when I was able to start affording books and stuff like that. But I don't know. I guess like a Grail book has always been like. I mean, it's something where I don't know. I don't know. To be honest with you, I love Spider-Man. To me, Spider-Man and Spidey 1, Amazing Fantasy 15 for sure.
Yeah, excellent choices.
Yeah, but I also am a big Superman fan, and I know a lot of people do not like Superman or Superman comics.
I was say, like, you 4 guys want to go in on this Superman 1?
Yeah,
I feel like going like,
man.
What was the last sale again?
192.
Yeah,
192.
You got 60 grand right there.
So how do you do the math right here? 15%. What is this going to be?
It's 132, 250.
What was the last
Wow.
one? Is there a last sale on that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
192.
192.
Wow.
An incomplete 1.0 sold earlier this year in June for 108. So this looks like a steal compared to that
Yeah.
because it's actually all there.
It's a
And
good
we will
copy.
see
It's a
this
good
one up on Instagram for sale in about 6 weeks.
For $175.
$175,000.
Be on Elite Comics or Grails or something.
I would not be surprised.
Nope.
Absolutely. That's really an interesting thing too. And I wonder if you have any insiderness into this, Felipe, where it's like we were talking about how, like, there's a lot of these books where I'm sure other dealers have been kind of hitting you guys up, right? Like throughout the process. We talked about that when we did our video, but like, I just have to imagine there's a lot of people that are, what would you call it? Like playing a goaltender, on a lot of these books where it's like, well, I'm not in the market for it, but if it's going to go that low, I'm going to pick
Somebody's
it
got to own it. Might as well be me.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff. I mean, we got hit up by a bunch of people, to be honest with you, man. It's just, everybody just wanted to buy out the whole collection outright. We're like, no.
Blood in the water, man. The sharks come out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Second cousins, distant relatives, like crazy people come out. And it's
your cousin's former roommate.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, we were just like, nope, and we were just, I mean, we got it, when we bought it, we were able to afford it, we wouldn't, I mean, if, between Jamie and I, and I mean, that's what we're in it for, we're in it for, just for the business part of it, it's just honestly, like, it's all business for me now at this point, to be honest with you. I've converted into a business, and then I tell Jamie, don't get high on your own supply, man.
Yeah,
that's what I told I said.
Literally said that last night.
In my whiteboard video, I'm like, I know what phase Felipe is in. Is in the businessman phase here. You just got to
selling bathwater soon.
Can't take that next step though. You get to the jaded phase, and then it's not gonna be fun anymore. But
no, for sure, man. I mean, once it stops being fun, it's like, and then I'm like not wanting to do it anymore or whatever. Like, but Jamie and I, we have such great chemistry, like, it's just, we make it fun, and it's, and that's what works for us, and it works, like, and like this business model that we have where it's got to go, like, we find the collections, whether if we need to grade it and send them off to auction, or we're going to sell them during our live feed on Instagram, but it's got to go. So, I mean, ideally what we want is we want to be able to get them at such a good price where we're able to offer these books at market value, like, because I mean, you see a lot of, I mean, you guys go to cons, where it's like con prices are like marked up, freaking, I don't know, 30% up to like 30% markups, and it's just like,
there's
crazy.
Times I wish it was just 30%.
Yeah. And not just that, but I mean, like, I'm not dissing on any dealers, but like, it's just, you go, some of these people have books on their walls and they've been sitting there for like months and stuff, and it's like, like, it's time to move, like, or I mean, not that I'm trying to tell people how to run their business, but like, for us personally, like, I'm not trying to get stuck or get filled up with like storage is full of backstock, and that's what I told Jamie in the beginning. It's just like, it comes in, it goes out, like, it's got to go.
And that's the way to be successful. It's like when you're trying to hold on to your own, pick out some of the best stuff because that's what you want, and then you're just undercutting, your profit over the long run. So it's a good way to be.
A lot of these, for instance, a lot of these books, it's become like hot potatoes, man. I mean, look at this guy with the soup one, like, who knows how long he's had it, and hoping, it was going to go above 190 or whatever, and I mean, it's a gamble on a lot of part, but yeah,
like,
I mean, like,
yeah, I mean, some of these Supermans, I mean, I also enjoy Superman. I don't know what the prices are for this book off the top of my head, but I mean, it's kind of missing that corner, which
That's
is
a great cover.
Feels like a good little entry point into this book. A great kind of American flag
it's
cover.
like the number 2 patriotism Superman cover. I think
after
number
the
1
Eagle one.
after the Eagle. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Derek pointed out in the chat that the Superboy 68 wound up going for a bit of a haircut, and it
yeah,
actually,
I was thinking about bidding on it.
yeah, it literally sold for 56% of the last sale, which was $4,050.
Yeah. Well, that's the one. That's the one too. With like,
Back in
I
February.
know the DCs and stuff, but you got to wonder, was there some aggressive buys in sort of some of these,
like when James Gunn came into the picture, like people
yeah,
are just
yeah.
like
So
buy the stuff up.
everything is susceptible to that, a little bit of FOMO. I mean, I don't know what the prior sales to that were.
There was one sale in grade in 2022, and it was for $29.28. So we're even below that 2022 price there.
Oh yeah, so kind of.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like that was a good price regardless, just because it is a very tough grade, and I don't think anybody's losing money buying that book.
Yeah, that's extremely tough. In a 7.0, that book is always trash.
There's literally 3 sales above a 7.0 on GPA right now.
Yeah, every time I find that book, it's always torn, like detached cover or completely split, or wrecked, So it's like,
well, yeah, it's the same as like Action 252. Like that book, you don't find it above a 3.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, as Metal Bum points out here in the chat, the LB Cole Suspense Comics is going to sell for a good deal. What do you think about this one? This is kind of maybe not one of the keys right here, but you got thoughts on this one, Ryan?
I mean, so for me, like with Suspense Comics, there are a few covers I like, and then I'm not all that interested in the run outside of that.
Not the best skull right here.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, it's like 8, 11, 3, 4. I mean, the first 4 covers are all fine, like 1 through 4, and then I'd say 8, 9, and 11. I think 9 is the like hypnotic eye cover, and like outside of those, there's just they don't interest me all that much. They're still like they're going to be relatively valuable books because they're rare, early 40s LB Cole books, but just like for certain things, like I'm looking for certain eye appeal or content on the cover, and like what's I can't remember what's that called, like when you're is it a marionette or whatever?
Yeah, marionette, yeah.
Not for me. So.
Yeah. Well, how about this? I think this is a kind of a fun one. You got a first Swamp Thing, or I guess the second Swamp Thing.
Alec Holland.
9.4 with the Fantast label,
So did it sell already?
No,
it's still
ticking down right here. I think that with the buyer's premium, this is going to be pretty high.
Yeah. I mean, let's see. I had a 9.6, and I think I was getting around. I think I got around like between 11 and 13, and so I mean the 9.4 is below that. That's sitting around like 8.75. So I'm not sure exactly how that's doing.
Yeah, it's 862.50 right now.
I'm curious, where's the Young Allies at number 1 at?
Young Allies number 1.
So yes, that's gonna be deep back in the.
Let's jump ahead here.
Yeah.
So
the Swamp Thing one is definitely going to be a good sale because your 90-day average is 625 right now. Your 2022 average was 835, so we're already over 2022 average sales price at this point.
So you got the Young Allies here, the cool Red Skull punch.
Yeah, it's at like 54.50.
Man, you guys asked me what book I want. This is one of the books.
Oh, really? Well, don't say it now. Nobody listening in the chat. I don't know if we have any.
We talk about the ones that we want.
Earmuffs. Everybody in the chat. Earmuffs.
Yeah. Earmuffs. Nah, I mean, I really wanted to go after it, but I'm gonna let it go. It's just, to me, it was just I mean, you can't, doesn't get better than this. I mean, you got Hitler, you got Red Skull. Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
just, it's a number one, you know. To me, like a clear Bobby Blue handwriting on it, you know, like I was going after it. So, but not no more.
Yeah.
Well,
It's a great one. I mean, it feels like the Young Allies books. Yeah, I mean this is the one, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not too bad of a grade too. I mean, a 4 or 5. So
Yeah.
We did learn last night that an effective strategy chat, if you are looking to bid on something and you don't want us to talk about it, just spam the chat with super chats. Apparently that's an effective way to distract us so we don't talk about your book.
Yeah, smart thing. You know, all you gotta do is spend $5 on a super chat. You might be able to save yourself $20K.
That's right. The ROI on the super chat could be unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right, we got some Supermans here that passed. I don't know if there's anything before I do a kind of a refresh over. If there's any of these books you guys want to pick out or talk about.
I mean, like one of my favorite Tales from the Crypt ones, and I know you don't. Your problem with it is because it doesn't have the Feldstein.
Yeah, that's my one little nitpick on it.
But I love this one. I feel like it's like the right amount of comedy on the cover, and it isn't a spine roll. That's definitely a misrep because I was looking at it earlier,
right?
And it's all square and everything, but it just has that misrep to it.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm gonna have to get going here. It was
Thanks for dropping by.
No, absolutely. Thanks for having me, man. It's been a pleasure.
Great to get some information about the collection from you and meet you and all that. So.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks so much for hopping on and congratulations for the weekend. I think you guys did really, really great. So it's cool to see that, the whole journey. And, everyone in the chat, even though it's like, I don't want you guys going to their live sales and being competitive with me and Ryan trying to buy stuff, but, give them a follow, go to their Instagram. If you don't know, FlipMode Comics, guys, go follow them and you'll be happy you did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See you guys, man.
Right. See you
Congrats again, man.
Thank you, sir.
Well,
that was good. Like I said, I had just a couple of lingering questions about the collection, and he definitely
I'm glad you asked
answered
that
for me.
I'm glad you asked that because I that was one thing I kind of forgot to ask that when I had my discussion with them was like, how was it stored? Was this something that they forgot that they owned for 15 years, or did he just kind of know? No, it just sits in my comic room and just chills there and stuff. So
I mean, there's someone on Instagram that I can't remember their name. I followed them and they started posting this stuff where they were like, I forgot I had these trunks in my garage, and he's pulling out looks like 9.0 Phantom Lady 17, like crazy. It's like, oh, I forgot I had $5 million sitting in my garage, like based on the books.
Crap.
It's like, oh my God. I mean, these are like high grade books. And so it seems people do kind of forget about some of that stuff. And I guess if you aren't keeping up on it and you don't really realize what it's worth,
and if it gets pushed to a back corner and then, years pass by and the layers of crap build up on top of it, it's very easy to not remember what's back there, especially if, you're in like a multi-generational property where, it passes from member to member and nobody really knows what grandma put at the back of the root cellar.
Absolutely. Well, this one I'm not afraid to hide from the chat anymore. Full transparency, guys. I was bidding on this while while Felipe was talking and stuff, but this one looks like it's going to be a monster right here.
Yeah,
that's such a good looking copy, like we were talking about last night offline.
But you guys want to give them a little, in case people don't know, this kind of werewolf cover.
You want to say it, Ryan, or you want me to?
Yeah, I mean, like for me, I've talked about this on I think one of my last videos where I was going over the top 10 pre-code horror books under $1,000. Now this one doesn't qualify for, and it was for a 4.0, but the other one that did was 35, which is also a Jack Davis cover. They're both Jack Davis covers, and I really like 35 as well as 46. 46 is my favorite, which is this one. And I've said it a number of times. Like, I like that style of werewolf. It actually looks a lot like it's the same style they used in what was that? What was the movies with Kate Beckinsale where it's like the
Underworld.
Underworld.
Oh, yeah.
Like I feel like that's a similar style werewolf.
The
they had, too.
Lycans,
Like,
as
yeah,
they
the
call them.
Lycans.
Yes.
Yeah. So
This is a really, really great werewolf cover, and
and that
Yeah.
color strike is one of the best I've
most of
seen
the time that teal is just completely junked out. But I agree, it's my favorite Jack Davis Tales from the Crypt cover. We looked this thing over really close last night in the pictures, and it's just an absolutely gorgeous copy. And it's definitely going to be a record in grade, and it's already blown
plus the
out.
buyer's premium, right? So over 3 at this point.
Yeah, we're sitting at 3,200. Which there was a 8.0 file copy that sold in November 2021 for 4,080. So, we're not horribly far under that. And you know what those Gaines Files copies can bring on occasion. But I like this one because it and Haunt 28 were the last 2 new trend books that came out. They were both fairly short run because there's actually a write-up from the editors in there, the same like we're going to print this, but we don't even know if you're going to get a chance to read it. Just talking about everything that went on, but it's a really historic book and a great cover.
Well, as a quick recap, this 6.5 Tales from the Crypt 28 went for 556. I don't know what the numbers are off the top of my head, but that feels like a really good deal.
Low.
It seems like really low for a 6.5.
Pulling up here. In March 2021 was last sale in grade, went for $715, but a 6.0 sold in July for $780.
Yeah, so maybe the wrap, people didn't like the wrap, and they don't like the old label. And we know that you can't change labels. So
it's stuck in those cases forever. You can never crack them open.
Yeah, I mean, and a half-fast qualified presser could straighten that out for you and really improve your eye appeal.
All right, well, this one is a close at the 3,200, I think it was, right? I think my number in my head that I was like looking at was, probably hoping to get 2,200 out of it. And then maybe if I really FOMO'd, I'd go to 24. But
check the chat here.
Happy to walk away.
Metal Bum was silent for a reason.
Oh, look at that. Hey, congratulations. Nice little pickup.
Very nice book.
I think you got a really good deal.
How's this TOS 39 looking?
I was watching. It felt pretty. Well, I don't know about the 8. I haven't priced the 8, but I have priced a 6.5 relatively recently, and that one.
You'll see. It's like there's an 8.0, there's a 6.5, there's an 8.0 restored, and there's a 1.8 restored. So actually, kind of a few that got kind of split up here. But let's take a look at this one.
I was watching all of them because there were so many.
No quotes. So a terrible copy.
How's the bottom look?
We got some blue here.
Hint of blue.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's not. So it's misprinted on the
right
horizontal axis, but the vertical axis is okay.
And just for anybody that owns this book, we are joking. We don't actually think it's worthless if it doesn't have the quotes. It's just
my copy's a single quote. I state that in shame. I'm sorry.
I remember when I got back, I'd say it wasn't till 3 years I'd been back into comics before I heard somebody even say anything about the quotes. That's how little it matters, really. But sometimes, in some circles, you'll hear people "Oh no, it doesn't have the quotes and the blue under the table."
It's just the way us snobby Silver Age guys can dig it on each other. It's you got to know quotes. I'm sorry.
Oh, we do have this one. We have 13 minutes away. Okay, good to know.
Yeah,
I think that this one is going to be dragged out for another 40 minutes.
I'm fine with that.
Based on what we've been kind of witnessing with some of these books, but
the longer I get to gaze longingly into its cover, the better.
Yeah, the longer it doesn't sell, the more, in theory, in your mind, you can say you're in the running for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could still bid on that.
Yeah, in theory, you could still own it, Drew.
That's true.
But I mean, I'd say one book that's coming up pretty soon too. That, I mean, I think it's a great cover, and I feel like it is probably reaching that overcorrected range. I haven't actually priced it; it just feels like it is. Tales of Suspense 50.
Oh, I love
I love that book too.
I mean, it got way too hot during Shang-Chi, but it has.
The 8.0 just sold for 13% below the last sale in grade. It sold right at 30, and the last sale was 34,568.
Oh,
So
the 39 did.
The 39.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think all these books, no matter how high the grade, you know, they got to get that COVID money correction, right?
mhm. I mean, and that was from June. So you're talking it was averaging the 12-month average is 39,154. 2022 average was 4460. So you're talking a guy got it for 66% of the 2022 average sales price.
Yeah.
And then some poor person paid 89,475 for a copy in 2021.
Man, some of those, like, I mean, they might get back to that after 10 years, you know?
Yeah.
That kind of,
I
like,
mean,
15
you can ride
years,
that out,
like,
but it's not going to be a short ride.
no.
Yeah,
it's
you gotta
gonna be a
wait.
long time.
You gotta wait. You gotta hold. You know, it's just it's one of those
Hey,
things. It's a
you
great
don't lose
book.
until you sell, right? You know,
It's a great book. Yeah.
Yep.
But Tim here says that that 30 TOS 3980 had a rusted staple per the creator's notes. What do you guys think about rusted staples? It feels like I don't
really
think-
care about rusted staples.
Yeah, I don't really care too much about
rusted staples. I don't care about rust migration. I care about, like, if the rust starts literally dissolving the paper of the book, then I have a problem with it.
Right.
But just like, a rusted staple or rust spots on a staple, I don't get too upset about.
Yeah. This book really is. This is one of my favorite covers of this section, this run, all black cover. I definitely would. I mean, this I probably should just bid on this, but we have other plans at the moment, which I think is one of the problems with some of these types of books is that if you got other plans, that's why
right.
a lot of people have other plans. It's not that it's not a great book, it's not that it's not a good deal right now, but it's a lot of other books.
Yeah, so we're right in line with last sale, which was at 431 back in June. So.
Which, yeah, and when you look at GPA on that book and you kind of just like watch the trend for it, it's come back down. It's eliminated. It's comic boom pricing.
Excess, yeah, it's excess fluff and everything, and
But again, I think that a fair amount of compression, because you're talking it's 150 about at a 2.0, and we're looking at a 6.0 for right at 400.
Yeah, it's like
on average.
I would happily pay an extra $200 for a
for 3 times the grade.
This was a 7.0. Yeah, like, I mean,
well, it looks like maybe Metal Bum picked it up. Actually, did you actually?
He's like, stop talking about these.
Yeah, stop talking about the. Sorry,
trying to tear me down, guys.
Well, you're getting good deals here. I think.
No, that's good.
You're still getting some really good deals.
Well, like another one that looks like it's. I mean, it's the Silver Age. It's struggling some. Like this 40. That just went for 2483, a 7.5. Like,
this.
Oh yeah,
that's the gold armor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, these ones are tough, right? Because it's like you're in this second Iron Man. Like,
it's not a good cover.
No, it's really not. I've never seen a copy that looks decent. So it's like it's bad art, it's bad color, bad made. Just nothing good going for it.
But it's like, it's still. I mean, well, the thing going for it is it's Iron Man 2, right? Second appearance Iron Man.
Yeah, it's still very, very cool. Still great, like historic book. It's just
I mean, but if you look at like it's crazy. You look at pre-boom prices, it's like a $1,200 book.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just for a early, I would call key Marvel book. It's surprising.
The 6.5 TOS 52 went for right in line with kind of where they've been. 90-day average is 1191, and it went for 1127.
I feel like this was one that actually for a time was like really under, like
it overcorrected.
Yeah. There was a time when it was like, oh, there was actually a whatever, buy the dip or like type of thing. It felt like this is a good opportunity to get it. So, but now it feels like it's kind of started to get a little bit of life again.
I mean, if I was going to pick favorite covers from this run, this is probably.
It's good. Yeah.
It might be number 2, maybe 2 or 3. I mean, like I really like 39. I know some people don't like 39. I really like 39.
Yeah.
I like 39 too. Yeah.
I'm a fan of 55 as well. Just that whole like monster sized Mandarin vibe. I dig that. I especially like the rejected version where he had like claws and stuff.
Is that the one where he's like shooting the beams?
No, that's 54. 55's the yellow background where he's real giant, like he's getting ready to smash Iron Man.
Okay.
Well, it does turn out that Metal Bum did get the book, and all I got to say is that's a fire pickup.
Nice.
That's great.
Add some, I don't know, some bells and whistles to maybe that clip or something at some point.
Mm-hmm. I've if I can get a little more steady with my live streaming, I want to get like a Rodecaster or something where it has the sound pads. I can do sound effects and stuff. It's like, bear with me when I get a fart button, guys. It's gonna be great.
I mean, my live streams are like their goal right now basically is to fund my StreamYard subscription. I do like one a month, and I'm like, all right, that pretty much covered. I'm even losing probably a little bit.
Yeah, it would be a miracle actually. Yeah, if I could just get enough super chats to fund the stream.
Yeah, that's why I've like justified. I'm like, I gotta do at least one a month to cover my StreamYard fees.
Yeah, at least make it feel like, okay, yeah, my $25 a month subscription is worth it, that I at least stream once.
Turns out my charitable giving is just the StreamYard. It's like, oh, you guys need this more than I do. Here you go.
Yeah.
I canceled my subscription to, what is it, Canva or whatever. I was like, I don't want to pay for these images anymore. I'll use their free ones.
Nah, it's totally worth it just for the background remover for me. So one of my like best friend in the world, one of those stupid YouTube thumbnail pictures you take, he's got a hold of one of them, and he just gives me so much crap about it. And he was saying he ought to make a meme out of it the other day.
Does he cut you out of it or something and like put you in different situations?
Not quite yet. Like he just uses the picture, and just like he actually changed that to my avatar on his phone. So every time I call him, he'll just be laughing when he answers the phone because that's the picture that pops up. And he basically has captioned it, "Never trust a fart," is how he did it. But he was saying, he's like, yeah, I could make so many memes out of this. I just go, careful. Don't mess with a guy who has a Canva premium subscription. It's like I can do all sorts of things.
Yeah, I have a buddy that he sent this picture a long time ago of it was like over Christmas. He and it was maybe his whole family, but he and his sister had gotten those. It's like those blankets you can wear, they have like a hood or whatever, and that kind of thing. And he took a picture of it, and I was like, this is now what I see when you call me. Yeah. It's just like, he was like, damn it. He's like, never sending you anything again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's why we can't have nice things.
Shout out to MK here. He's got a question for you two. Do you think the TOS 52, ASM 361, ASM 101, etc. will really return to value? How long does it take for the stink of the movies to wear off? You guys got thoughts on those?
Well, I mean, I would say those are different situations because 52 is a hero, in theory, hero book.
Yeah.
Like 101 and 361, those are still, they're still Spider-Man keys, and there's no book out there, no run that has collected more than Spider-Man. And so you're going to have different books that have different kind of like average, you've got to go over long terms, like average returns. And so like AF15, I've done this like over 20 plus years. AF15 returns like 14% year over year. And, and if you go to like a villain book, something like 101, it's probably like 3% or 4%. And so it could take decades to get back to like some of those crazy peak prices. But once they correct back down to kind of that normal trend line, they'll start doing their normal thing again.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that.
My take with 101 is you've got to go in on the high end. Like your recovery time is going to be a lot quicker on the high grade, just due to all, the blacks and the grays and stuff in that cover. It can be tough in high grade. So if you can buy when it's in the toilet, you will still sit for a little bit, but you'll probably eventually recover some of that. Now, one of those has the most downward pressure on it is always going to be ASM 361, because that thing just is so plentiful. There are stacks and stacks and stacks of 9.8s and 9.6s of that book. So there's just
I feel like every Very Gary collection I see him buy has like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. So
I mean, it was like
just one of those things
even
that there's so many of them.
I can't remember like when that book came out. What was I like 7 or 8 years old or something? And even at that age, I remember it being a key. You know, like it being like, oh, everyone's got to get 5 copies.
Well, I only had 362 because 361 was too expensive for me. So like my collection never had the 361.
Do you need one? I seriously think I have 10 right now.
I have owned it since then now, but
Yeah.
but no, it is. Yeah, there's a lot of them, and that's the same thing with like when Giant Size X-Men 1 spiked to crazy numbers, Hulk 181, ASM 129, like Amazing Spider-Man 300. Like you go on the census and you see, and that's just graded copies. There are tons of raw copies of a lot of those books, and so that's why prices correct so quick, because you have so many people that owned it prior to that are into it for a third of the price, and they're like, yeah, I will gladly sell this book now. It's the same stuff where, you know, I've talked about some before, like with that like UF4 variant, you know, it's just like it got so high, you have enough people that had it when it was going for $2,000, and they're just like, oh, I can make 30. Oh, it dropped to 20. I don't care. I can make 20. You know, it dropped to 10. I don't care. I can make 10. And then they'll just, you know, if you're into it for cheap enough, you don't really care.
Yeah.
And
Well, you want to know something that's kind of interesting is speaking of, you know, big auctions and stuff. I was doing a little bit of looking ahead towards Heritage's next big auction, and once again they got 3 copies of that Djurjevic showing up.
One of them I think pulled already. I think one of them was like
okay, yeah. Well, yeah, and it makes sense, right? Because all of a sudden you're going to get a bunch, and then also I think I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure this is the case. You know, another Crime 22 6.5.
Oh, is there?
Really?
Is going in that auction. So that will be.
We talked about that. We're like the next person that comes up.
They're going to be sweating bullets.
Yeah.
We're inside of a minute on the Tales of Terror annual here.
Yeah, here we are here. Like, time to kind of focus in on this one, guys. I feel I don't know what this should sell at, but this feels like it's going to be low. No.
Yeah, the only sale in grade showing on GPA was for back in September of 2021, and one went for 36,000.
So, and now granted, I'll say, like, for this one, I mean, I have it at 28 because, you know, it's like it's one of those things where it's like I see a big sale and then I'm like, okay, maybe it's going to relax some. And, you know, right now it's sitting at like what, 24?
24,725, so just a little under 25.
So it still feels like a really good price if it goes at this. We'll see. Yeah.
Oh, you flirting with it. Hey, there it goes.
Like I was tempted. I'm like, I don't even know where I'm coming with that money. And I'm like, maybe I'll bet on that thing.
Ryan's like, I got to tap out early. Got to go hit the street corner.
I almost just turned our stream into a claim sale, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like a really good price for that. I mean, that's not that much above like the 3s and the 2.5s. And
well, you know what's interesting about this one too is because I feel like this was one of those kind of rare occurrences where this book was kind of sitting around that $20,000 range like a week ago. You know,
baked in a lot of it already.
So it didn't get any bids. And talk about bidder psychology. You almost wonder, like, well, let's say it came in tonight at 15, and then all of a sudden you got 2 people invested in it. You know, could that have changed the price?
My thoughts on this are most of the guys who want this book and have the ability to have this book already have it. Like, I feel like the people who would have been in the room tonight looking at this copy were people who already have one, but it's a lower grade copy and they were looking to upgrade.
Right. That's what I feel like. I doubt many of them have a 5.
Exactly.
I mean, because that is a very nice.
I would suspect that most are between like a 1.5 or a 3, you know,
right,
that are out there. So I feel like that's who would have been making a play on this book, was somebody who's already sitting on one, just looking to upgrade.
Right.
And this is one of those that I don't know enough about that very specific book to know if the stories inside make a big difference in the price or not, or is that more of just I mean, yeah, if there's like that Grail copy that has like you had said before, like all the number ones or something.
Yeah.
Right. But otherwise, does it really matter? Because what matters is really, for the most part, is the covers for those
Mhm.
books.
So this one has Vault 15, which is essentially Vault 3, has Crypt of Terror 19, which is Crypt 3, has Weird Science 14, so Weird Science 3, and then Haunt of Fear 16, so Haunt 2. So it's still a very early issue.
Just to catch people up in the chat, in case you don't know, you see on the label here, I guess when they did these annuals, they took other comics of the EC series and they just kind of put them on all together and put a new cover on it. My question was always, is it like a bound volume where they actually included the 3 covers? I guess that's not the case. Otherwise,
I actually don't know. I've never seen a raw copy. So
I think Drew
stripped
said
them.
no. Yeah, they stripped them.
Yeah,
That would
that
have made this so cool if you knew that the covers were in there as well. But I guess that's not the case.
And honestly, it may have just been we don't have room to include 4 more wraps in this thing,
right?
Because they're already beefy.
That Secret Diary of Eerie Adventures that I have, that's like 100 pages. I mean, it's 32 times 3 inside. Mm-hmm. You know, like it's the covers, and then it's like 32 sides, you know, times 3. It's just 3 books without the covers, and it's thick. And that's 4.
Exactly.
That thing's a beast.
And the sad thing about those annuals is, they were limited distribution. They only went out to a few select markets, but the covers they put on those things were some really amazing covers. Even like the Weird Science Fantasy, there's some really great sci-fi covers on those. The War annuals have some standout covers as well. And then, I mean, this Tales of Terror 1 is one of my favorite EC covers, period.
Gotcha. All right. Well, quickly before I kind of refresh and catch up with everything here, I got a bunch of more suspense that went by. We can talk about how Ant-Man absolutely destroyed the first appearance of MODOK, and now we have Tales to Astonish. So that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah. What about this 8/5/27?
Let's see here. I just did a little refresh. So an 8/5/27. Yeah, we got to talk about this one right here. I mean, this is a book that's it's an interesting one. I mean, definitely one of the mega keys, but
tough grade too.
Yeah, tough grade. I'm going to let you guys discuss while I go get myself a tasty beverage. Cheers in the chat.
Well, yeah. So I was looking at pricing on it, and this one's already doing pretty well. I mean, because it's the 15%, so it's sitting at just under 30 grand right now.
Yeah, 29,901.15. Looks like our 90-day average is 32,512, but last sale was 29,500. It's already above the last sale.
It's interesting. It's like this book sold during the comic boom and didn't really experience much of a change. Like pre-comic boom, it has a 28,000. Then 2021 goes for 31, then 36, then this year 35, and then a 30.
I tell you where I think the motion in this book was in the lower grades. Like they just kind of woke up and actually started gaining a little ground. But
I would say that was I would expect that book to go around 30. I mean, that's a very reasonable sale for that book.
Right.
But it is one that I'm actually surprised there's as many sales as there are even for it. I mean, that one, you do not see that book in a nice grade ever. And that looks really nice.
Yeah. This one definitely always feels pretty beat up when I've seen it at shows. Like this feels like a more average looking one.
Yeah. And even this one for the grade isn't bad because, the brown is still very distinguished. A lot of times it gets washed out and just looks kind of poopy. That's a technical comic term. But it's still got decent colors and it's still one that I need.
Well, right here, this seems like a nice entry level 0.5 right here.
Yeah.
Going for 1,000. I mean, only half of page 9 missing. I mean, who really needs page 9?
Page 9's not important.
I still that feels, I don't know, feels high to me for that one. Like just because I know what I paid for one in like 2020 or 2019. And I think I got like a 1.8 for right around 1,000. So, but that's one of those tough parts when you get to some of the low grades. Like there's that barrier to entry, where it's
Yeah.
like you just are not going to get this book for less than this number, at
Mhm.
least on the
Right.
open market like this. I mean, anybody might find something at a garage sale or
Right.
whatever, but
Right. People just want to get their hands on it, and
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
a lot of competition at the just getting in the neighborhood.
Well,
Just a
it's
quick
it's like
scan.
go ahead. Yeah.
Quick scan of GPA. It looks like that price of admission is kind of holding around between 1,200 and 1,500 right now. So,
Or a 0.5.
no,
Wow.
just 0.5. There's not a lot of data. The last
Okay.
sale was in January 2021. Now there's like, incomplete copies, but as far as complete goes, but last sale on a 1 was 1442, which was actually higher than the last sale of a 1.5 and a 1.8. So a 1.8 sold this month for 1,209. And even you're still under $2,000 on the 90-day average for a 2.5. The average is 1,829, but the last sale was in June for 1,644. So that's my jam right there. I needed to be in that room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do I feel about this one? Speaking of Ant-Man here,
It's the better cover. I mean,
this is such. Yeah, I think this cover is so cool.
mhm.
But
It's
I
almost
can
one of those
understand.
things where I wish 27 would have been a different character. Like it was just a prototype, like so many of the other
Totally.
prototypes in Journey into Mystery. And then we would have just launched Ant-Man, in 35. I think that would have definitely helped the value of 35. And I think it would have made a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
always tough with split books. I mean, it's like with Wonder Woman, how you've got Wonder Woman 1, you have Sensation 1, and you got All-Star 8. Like it's like anytime that you are forced to like split across multiple books, especially when, I mean, I don't even know, is that Hank Pym on the cover being pulled in, or is that a different person? Like that's why
know.
like
On
and so I
27?
mean maybe it's a cover appearance. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I think that proves your point, though. If guys like us don't know the answer to that question,
Well, one time
60 years later,
I dug into this and read the Marvel Unlimited of both of them, and it's like, so this one on the book it says the man in the anthill,
mhm.
and in the story he is Hank Pym, but they don't call him Ant-Man or
Yeah.
anything like that. And then you have the return of the Ant-Man. So
Mhm.
I feel like if it didn't say the return, I feel like if it said presenting the Ant-Man, like this could have been, he's now this character, right? But
Yeah.
the branding.
But then on the flip side, you have the other tryout story. And was it Tales of Suspense 30? That's the man in the beehive.
I didn't know about that one.
Oh, you know, yeah, I actually own that one. But I've always just kind of rationalized it as they ran both stories. The Anthill went better, but we've already kind of got this concept. So hey, let's make the Wasp and make the Wasp his sidekick or whatever.
So I saw you just scroll past it. I was wondering if you were going to be bidding on this 9.0 first Porcupine.
Ooh, Porcupine.
Like if it's like, imagine going through like a collection and you're like, it's like low grade, and then it's like the one that's like a nice copy is like Porcupine.
Don't sleep on Porcupine, guys.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's
I mean, I
great.
feel like that's cheap though. Like I don't know, but
Yeah,
I mean, a 9.0 of that book, like
it's
seems
like
too more.
I'm always a little bit facetious about it and stuff, but like I always feel like, hey, if Porcupine is your guy, this feels like a really decent price for a near mint minus version of
that
book.
that one to the right, that's a pretty big book. I mean, that's the first appearance of Giant Man.
Yeah, this is huge.
9.6.
Yeah.
I was just going to quickly mention that I love Tales to Astonish 44, the first Wasp. This is actually a book that I actually do like quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But
Me too.
we got to talk about this one right here, 9.6.
I didn't look at pricing, but I can't imagine that sells very often.
What surprises me is just how little demand there is for TTA 44, which is fairly well known as one of the harder to find early hero books.
Yeah.
But it's just, I've had one on my wall like right at FMV for so long, and I don't even remember the last time I showed it to somebody.
Yeah. And I think this is one of maybe the cooler covers. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a masterpiece, but I do like the color palette on this one.
So I'm looking at GPA for the 9.6. So
yeah, that's where I'm scrolling to now too.
if you look at 2019, 15,600, 2021, 4,560.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, imagine like having that happen.
Yeah, be the
Where
guy.
you're just like, I just lost 10 grand on that book.
Yeah.
I mean, ugh.
Yeah,
That'd be brutal.
If you're gonna lose 10 grand on a book, I don't know if I want to lose it on
Giant Man.
Giant Man one.
Man. Oh man. But I mean, but regardless, that price seems pretty reasonable right now. Like, I mean, looking at the history of sales, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, a 9.4 sold recently for 1,680, but this is 9.6. There is no 9.8 sale, so there is one 9.8 in existence. There's 198. There are 8 9.6s.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that I wonder with that one that went for like 15 or whatever, right? What year was that, or how long ago was that?
2019. Like,
oh, really? Not that long. Yeah.
I mean, was that when? Was that when?
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
No, Endgame.
Oh, Endgame and Scott Lang
and like maybe like something with like him being on screen or whatever.
Yeah, being
like,
the big guy in the trailer and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's MCU spec, guys. It can't go wrong.
You can never go wrong with MCU spec.
It'll never let us down.
Yeah, this I'm definitely a homer when it comes to TTA 44.
Yeah, I mean, I've only owned that book once, and it was a low grade. It was like a 3. That book looks good in person.
Yeah, it does look good in person, but like you said, it doesn't. The demand is just really just not there. I mean,
no,
you'll just have it for a while.
It's like it's one of those weird books where I feel like people would rather buy Avengers 1 than her actual first appearance.
I know I would.
The misguided youth of America. Sorry, I'm lost over here. I accidentally closed my GPA window.
It's all right. I mean, we got all these Tales of Suspense books. We kind of saw the Tales annual. We got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1, 15-minute mark. Heading into that one. Currently sitting at 135. That seems very respectable.
I mean,
does it have a 15 on it?
It does. So we're actually at 155 to 50.
That is a pretty strong
solid.
sale.
Yeah,
that seems really strong for that.
This is not what I wanted to have happen.
Well, we're coming off of the animated movie, which I did not see, but I feel like my Instagram comic book feed where a lot of people were raving about it.
Yeah, it seemed like it was well received. I haven't got to see it yet myself, so.
Yeah, so I don't know how much that type of movie hype factors into someone dropping, $150,000.
I like that movie. I'm going to drop 150 grand.
Yeah.
But
let's go after the top of census.
Yeah,
here.
but there is a kind of a status thing, right? Like it's I'm going to get so many Instagram likes when I get to post my copy because everybody is hyped up on the movie.
Yep.
And this one is this one signed or no? Is it signed on the interior?
There's a note, I'm pretty sure. Eastman and Laird inside on pin.
That does people respect that as a gold label. I mean, like it's not a gold label, but
that's true.
Generally, people respect those as gold, as not like just some note on the on the book. So that can help. And honestly, like I mean, not always. Sometimes on the signatures on the outside look okay. But I generally like it. I like that more, knowing it was signed and then it's on the interior and I still get the cover art.
The fact that it's both Eastman and Laird, because I mean, I like Kevin, see him at a lot of shows and stuff. Always happy to talk with him. But that Laird signature is nigh impossible to get anymore. He just
because I thought they were going to do some like CGC signing at one point, and he backed out or they decided not to do it, or because they're going to have to mail it all over. I think he lives in the UK now or something.
Oh, really?
Like,
I don't assume he still lived in New England.
But I could be wrong. But yeah, I thought it was going to be like an overseas signature that they were going to have to do or something like that.
Wow.
which I know they've done, but it seems like, because I think for Peach Momoko they did that, where they shipped all the books like to Japan
wow.
had her sign them and ship them back. Like that just seems like such a risk.
Risk,
like
yeah.
your books, all the handling and everything.
No doubt.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Check back up here, see if there's anything exciting going on. There we go. We got a hammer for Porcupine
All right. Big sale.
for the
Okay,
massive price.
What is that? What does that really go for, like normally would go for? So
$410
that
flat.
just seems so cheap.
Mhm. Especially for a 9.0 from what is that? Probably 63.
Last sale was 540.
64.
You know, so it was like, which still seems low to me, but it was it was a good price.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
you know, just everyone's sleeping on Porcupine, which I don't recommend, by the way. That probably hurts.
But if you look at that book over the last 20 years, you know, it's just gradually creeped up. You know, it was $200 20 years ago, and now it's $400 to $500. And you know, I mean that's like 3% a year. You know, 3 to 4% annualized return per year, and it's not like it's huge or anything, but it's just like
Steady.
you still get that steady, like kind of like takes care of inflation type thing if that's what you want, and you still get to own a 9.0 of first Porcupine if that's if that's your thing.
To get this close here, so we did get a close on the Giant Man book, 4,500.
Not bad. Just
no
just a bit
15,000, but
yeah, I feel like that 15,000 is just a regret purchase at this point.
But I mean, anything that's selling for a 2021 price right now, you got to say that's pretty decent.
Yeah, no, like I've said that, like any book that's either setting a new record regardless or selling for a price around 2021 that's meaningful. You know, I see that as a meaningful sale. All right, so 2033 for that 7.5 Tales to Astonish. I mean, I feel like that was a book that did get pretty hot over the comic boom period, because I think my 3.0 sold for like $1,000 or something.
Yeah, my copy is a 3.5, and I think at one point it was 1,200, 1,250, something like that.
like this right here, when I look at like, oh, okay, you just a 2.0 for $276. I mean, get a first appearance of one of the early superheroes for less than $3. Like that seems like
that's a no-brainer.
Hey, you're in the game, you know, why not?
Yeah.
And that's a solid looking copy. Like,
yeah, it's not too bad.
Last sale was in May for $262. But you know, that's a book that has averaged below $400 for the last 3 years, essentially at this point. So yeah, I mean, it has always been a good deal and continues to be so.
Yeah, it's just, I guess, you know, Wasp's just too far down the depth chart, you know, for the market.
Ooh, something's happening over here.
Yeah, a little pop those bottles. Thanks. You know, while we kind of open up stuff and wait for the next round, you know, shout outs to the chat. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I know we've been just kind of going back and forth here, maybe not seeing all the questions and stuff, but I'm trying to pay attention. You know, you guys are having your own conversation, which is always good.
That's right.
We're kind of like, if we wanted to talk a bit about the kind of some of the sales numbers that were going on with the Bobby Blue collection.
We can kind of do that. You know, when Felipe was kind of over here, I kind of was jumping into some of the windows I had pulled up, you know, but it was kind of nice because we could talk about them. But I did pull up 10 that were kind of the recent sales for the last couple days, and I figured maybe, you know, today we can do a little recap as we kind of wait for the next sales. But you know, there are no winners, there are no losers in any of these books. I think anyone who can afford any of these books is a winner. But for the sake of the video, let's talk winners and losers. Of course, we had a Chamber of Chills 19, beautiful copy, and a 7.5 sell for $31,050, 37 bids. Actually, as we now know, It was one of the members of FlipMode Comics that actually was able to get this. Jamie bought it for himself. But what do you guys think? Did Jamie get a big win here, or is he? I guess he's a winner no matter what for the whole auction. But
well, so I mean, I had it at 30. I had it at 30,000. So I mean, it's within 3%, you know, of that. So if you're, I mean, it's one of those types of books that getting a book around, you know, around market is usually not a bad thing. And like he said, he's seen these in person. He knows how nice the colors are and everything. And so I'd say he did fine. He didn't get a discount, you know, he paid retail, but I think he did fine.
A little dent in his profit check, but you know, I think he will have that for a very long time. It'll be a nice reminder of, you know, just a fantastic collection they were able to bring to the market. And, you know, I would not feel bad at all if I were him bringing this one home and seeing everything else sell, and just knowing how much more is still on the table to come from this collection. I think he did rather well there.
Yeah, absolutely. He gets the sentimental value in the book that he picked up for himself. But you know, very, very interesting with this one. You know, there are copies out there, you know, and I shout out to the Spawn 306 collectors out there. But you know, that maybe a Chamber of Chills 19 Doomsday scenario at some point in the future. But for now, definitely seems like a good buy. But let's check in here with this book right here. Winners and Losers. Now, I saw some people talking about this one as being a kind of a high sale. It's one of my favorite Captain America books. We got Captain America Comics number 3, the first Red Skull cover, Schomburg, you know, early Captain America, first text story for Stan Lee, selling at 15,652 and a 0.5 missing centerfold. What do you guys think about this sale?
So I'll say, I mean, it is high. I think it's high. I had it at 11. And so, but when you look at that, you go, it's like, okay, it's 4,000 over. It's not like it's crazy high. You know, it's like, it's not like it. I mean, there are some of these that are probably on there that will say those are some crazy high numbers. This one is not a crazy high number. It's, to me, what it's showing is maybe the price for entry for this book is higher than we thought it was. You know, and it's like with Amazing Fantasy 15, a 0.5, you're going to pay 12, 13, 14 grand to get that book. And then a 1.0 is going to cost you 17. A 1.5 is going to cost you 19. A 2.0 might be 21. You know, like it's just like the barrier to entry, that bottom book on major keys, it is not the same price per point. It's usually much higher per point than the subsequent grades. And so, yeah, it's high, but maybe this could be something where now it, you know, it's just, that's what you pay to get into that book. And, you know, but the other side of that coin is, if you're patient, maybe you can get a 2.0 for like $4 grand more. And then you've got a complete copy that, you know, that kind of stuff. So that's I mean, that's usually when you have that price compression, I would usually recommend try going for the upper end of it. But I mean, there's a lot of competition down at the bottom, because it's my favorite cover from that run. Yeah. And so I'm sure I'm not the only person that feels that way.
Because let's be honest, the context here is, I really like Golden Age Cap. I want an iconic Cap cover. I can pay 15 for this, or, you know, 13, whatever it takes to get in the door, and I can get that second best cover, or I can pay 50 grand for a Cap 1, or what's kind of the bottom.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, you know, whatever you can maybe get in on the bottom level of an actual Cap 1. So, I mean, this cover, it's Captain America's Action 7 is what it is. Like, everybody would like to have an Action 1, but, you know, we settle for the Action 7 because it's the second best cover. That's what this guy is. And I don't think you're going to see that price going down anytime soon, because, one, the cover's super strong. Red Skull is absolutely awesome. And it's just, number one has left the building for most people at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Flexopotamus here. Cheers to you, sir. Some beer money. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I will take you up on that beer money right there. So I really, really appreciate that.
Are you drinking a Stella?
I am.
Very nice. I like me a good Stella.
Yeah. All right. Well, next up here in the winners and losers, but once again, of course, there are no losers in this, but it hurts your wallet for a little bit of time here. But we have Dynamic Comics number 8 in a CGC 4.5, which puts it up there, funny enough, on the census. That sold for 45,138. This one took about an hour after Hammer closed to actually get a sale. What did you guys think about this one? Give the people a recap in case they didn't see the other stream.
Man, this thing just refused to quit, and we've had a couple of books like that. I think this was the first one that really, well, no, I guess it sold after the Crime Suspense, but we had just come off the Crime Suspense sale, which was another nutty one. Then this thing came up, and I mean, just even surpassed that. It was an event to watch because it just kept going and kept going, which is great because it just gave us an opportunity to really kind of take it in and just enjoy the book, because it's not one that comes up very often. But, man, I'm very happy for the guys on the sale. My condolences to the banker of the buyer. But I don't know how you could walk out of an auction with this book and not be happy. So, no, I was very, very excited to watch this one go. And I think that shows in the stream. It was a pretty exciting lot to watch.
Yeah.
And for me, I mean, like for the estimate versus what it went for, this was the second. This was the biggest surprise of the night. Like, I mean, it was, other than a couple 0.5s that went for much higher than I thought they would. Like, I had this one going for 18.5, and it was sitting under that before the live started, and then and I thought high end maybe it'd go 20, but obviously it went for more than double that. But it's also one where I'm not like shocked that it did. I mean, it's a huge sale, rare. But yeah, I mean, you might have to wait 10 years to get another shot at a book like this. And if you have enough money and you don't want to wait 10 years, then you're going to bid on it, and you're going to keep bidding on it. It's finally, I mean, somebody's going to capitulate eventually, they're just like, I just can't do this. But I don't see it as like a bad buy or anything like that. I mean, it went for what it went for.
Yeah.
Because
at the end of the day, go find another one.
Absolutely insane. Well, we'll see the way, the next time that this one pops up, but extremely rare book. Now, moving on here again, I got 10 that we got to talk about.
We're down to
losers.
15 seconds on the TMNT.
You might want to jump over to the TMNT.
Oh, okay. Let's pause. The magic of editing when we clip this out.
We're
here we go. 6 seconds here.
Still sitting at the 135.
Good call out.
Hey, there it went. So
there it goes.
With the buyer's premium, that's 155,250. The past sale of a 9.8 that was also noted as being signed by Eastman and Laird went for 192. So this is a 19% drop, actually, apples to apples, compared to the previous sale.
I guess, how did it do compared to just like a non-signed 9.8 though? Because I feel like those have come down below that.
Yeah. Do you think that boosted it?
Last sale was in November 2022 for 156. So it's right in line. Right in line with the non-signed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And you got to wonder too. It's like, not only is it signed, but maybe it's actually preferable because it's the interior cover for a lot of people. There was that one TMNT that had the remark on it. I don't know how you guys felt about that one. The one that had all.
And that was a weird one. It was on the case, but that one went for huge money. I mean, that one, I think it went for like 35,000 or something for like a 9.0. I mean, that was a big sale. And the tough part is, like, you've got to make sure you keep, because that's paint on the outside, I think, like almost like a paint. So you got to make sure it doesn't get scratched, or something.
That's true.
Yeah. Gotta get those legal size my lights out.
Yeah, but definitely a nice 9.8. If we're being really extra picky and extra choosy about this, but
not bad at all.
Not bad at all. All right, let's go back to our little game right here. Winners and losers. We got Crime Suspense 22. selling for 24,150. I think this was way above what we were. I mean, like, I'm not going to say that I'm
Anybody
like,
and
I
everybody.
crunched
Just
the
a
numbers
little,
and stuff,
just a
but,
little.
and knew exactly what it was going to go for. I think, Ryan, that's probably your area, but I feel like this was way above the expected cost.
I mean, considering this is also the one like Felipe called out too, where it's just like surprised, you know, they're like, you know, kind of like what's going on. I mean, I had it going for 14.5. I wouldn't, you know, I mean, and I had said on the stream when when we were talking about this one, I thought I was maybe a little high even at that. And so, I mean, it's one of those things where I don't ever like to really say somebody, you know, made a bad purchase. I don't want to make somebody feel bad about a buy, but this is a very risky purchase until you have confirmation. You know, like if there's a confirming sale, you know, you're fine. But I think you said there's another 6.5 maybe coming up in the Heritage.
I could be wrong about that, but I think that's what I saw. Yes.
And like if that one goes for like 14, you're gonna feel that in your stomach.
Yeah.
When that book sells. So
yeah.
That was.
But I
it
think
feels like it gapped too much. You know.
Yeah. But if it's a long-term hold, I mean, I don't think you'll get hurt on it. Like, you know, this book just keeps going and keeps going. I mean, you know, it may take a
10
bit,
years from now, maybe 5 years from now, 8 years from now, like market hits there. But yeah, but it's always tough with that for me with that type of justification because, you know, it's the whole thing where I guess if you have enough money, it doesn't matter. But if you just maybe like a little more patient, you get something for way less and you spend that money on something else. Like then you got maybe 10 grand to buy something else.
And you had talked about, you know, your kind of year over year returns and stuff. And it's like, well, what is it better for you to spend this money parking it in this book versus another book? And so, you know, I think we're being nitpicky at that kind of numbers evaluation, but
I mean, it's safe to say that if money wasn't an object, I would not go to the mat on a 6.5. You know, I would have waited for a higher grade copy to come up to go that crazy on.
Yeah. Well, would you guys say, I think at this point, I mean, take aesthetics aside, maybe just sort of notoriety as what books are the flagship books when you talk about the genre of PCH? I mean, it feels like this book just continues to be sort of solidified in the top 5, if not top 3. You know, you got to put Chamber 19 in there, and then I don't know. I feel like this is one of the faces, no pun intended, of PCH.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely become the belle of the ball of EC at this point. It's by far the most infamous EC, and now the values are there to kind of go along with the notoriety.
I mean, for me, it is my top pre-code horror cover. Like I like that cover more than, you know, in terms of like the big ones, like, because a lot of the other ones that are real popular, other than probably Chamber 19, they're extremely violent. And while this one is violent, it's not, I mean, it's like Gain said, you know, it's
tastefully
not
done.
Your face, you know, it's you know, you don't see the base of the neck, you know, that kind of stuff. And you don't have like, I mean, like the exploding faces or the, you know, the
radium where he's melting.
Tales 25, I think, where it's like the head just going in the belt. I mean,
the
like,
clanger,
like super violent covers, and I tend to like them just a notch down, you know, from that. Now, this is still a tough one probably to put on your mantle. I mean, going by that rule, but this is my number one for horror covers. We've
got an LB Cole cover that's about to close, guys. The Terrifying Tales 13.
All right,
we've got those things that are coming up pretty
tune
quick
back in here. Stay on top of the auctions. Yeah, just let me know. You shout something when these things come up. But yeah, this is a pretty cool LB one. You know, I've gotten canceled and lost 10,000 subs by saying that I didn't love LB Cole, but you know, this is a cool one for me.
Oh man.
It's the thing with this one has been surprising. I've seen a lot of copies sell in the last like month. I think I've seen 3 or 4 copies in different auctions of this cover, and I don't think it's that common of a cover. And so I don't know if maybe there was a big sale and people just were trying to put them out there, but I mean, in terms of the devil covers that LB Cole does, it's not as good. You know,
it's no Mask 2.
Yeah, it's not Mask 2. It's not Suspense 11. You know, like those
it's
are
kind
the
of
big
it's
ones.
kind of a Halloween devil costume because it's a regular face, as opposed to like if he actually drew a devil here. I mean, imagine what people would value it as.
Mm-hmm.
It does feel like a Halloween costume.
Yeah, definitely. I get vibes of that. Oh man, it's an SNL skit with John Lovitz when he dresses up as the devil.
Yeah,
that's the vibes I get.
Yeah, but you know, not a bad price if you want to get your hands on a decent looking LB cover.
Oh man, I wonder how that Thing 15 went, because it feels low. Here. You know, like
4 or 5. Wow, yeah, under 1,000.
Because I know that's an extremely popular cover.
Steve Ditko cover and art, 1954. You got a kind of kaiju thing going on here.
Yeah, I feel like that went a little low. You know, like a 5.5 went for 1,680, a 6.0 2,880, a 3.5 1,050. I mean, I think somebody got a. I feel like I should have bid at least once on there, you know, to try to grab that cover. But because yeah, I mean, it's of the Thing run, it's between that one and probably 12, and 12 went huge. Holy cow! I like.
Did it already sell? Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That went for like 7,200, 7,300. That has to be
Thing number 1 right here, or this Thing
45.
Yeah, Thing 12.
So Thing 12, first published Ditko cover.
Oh,
you know,
really?
that's interesting too. So I mean, that's what the label says right here. So you know, the creator first. You know,
and that's a Bobby Blue.
And it's Bobby Blue.
Very nice.
So kind of cool. This was not one that I did not realize it was Ditko's first thing. So
I had priced. So I did price that one, and that one I had priced at $5,000. So I feel like it went
about 50% then,
because it had that 6.5 sale at 5,040. But it was one of those where it was such a big gap up from the 5.5 and the 4.5 that to me, that's the confirmation sale. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like if somebody's wondering what I mean when I say confirmation sale, that sale confirms that 6.5 sale was legitimate. And even this was strong.
I tell you what's not setting the world on fire. That's Thor 165.
Yeah, the 9. Man,
the 9.0. I mean,
no believers in.
It's about to hit 1,000, but the 7.5 went for 360. So
wow.
Yeah, this is one that really. I mean, you can't give this book away right now. You know, it just.
I think it should be about the time to buy it. I mean, like I assume he's coming back. I mean,
yeah, you have to assume it, and for sure, this is definitely. You know, there's a lot of. The problem with the Warlock, right? There's a lot of different ways you can go with it, right? He's got so many cameos and cocoons and then
iteration
Warlock versus him and stuff. But for my money, this feels like the go-to book to get, right? Like, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, people just didn't like the portrayal, I guess.
I mean, I don't know, guys. I'm scrolling ahead a little bit. I didn't know there was a magazine called Titter.
I did see that one when I was.
Now I feel like I need one.
They're not that expensive, so if you do want to own one,
you want some
they aren't too pricey.
Good girl art right here, 1944. Hey, you know that's actually kind of feels like a pinup right here.
America's Merriest Magazine. I believe it. Girls and gags. What more can a guy want?
You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same with these comic book covers that are desired by comic book collectors.
But I mean, check the contents out on this. You got Betty Grable, you got Ginger Rogers, you got Dale Evans, you've got Ramsey Ames and Rita Hayworth photos up in there. And this thing ain't staying in the slab. It's getting cracked out. We got to see that Rita Hayworth action.
Show me the pages.
That's cool. I'm glad they throw in random stuff like this on occasion.
Absolutely. All right, let's see if we can come back now to the next round of winners and losers. Looking back again, there are no losers. We got to talk about Journey into Mystery #1, the double cover, CGC 7.5 on the interior and 7.0 on the exterior, going for $28,750. This was one that was kind of surprising because it was hovering around 11 for a while. We weren't sure that it was going to be, the double value.
Yeah,
Ryan
I think
felt like it'd be 20, but yeah, this one dragged out. What do you think, Drew?
I think just this one was kind of the unknown. It's like it could go for this, it could go for that, and nobody had anything to really make an educated guess with, because these double covers just don't exist. I mean, this book's hard enough in general, let alone with such a crazy or even desirable characteristic like the double cover. So I feel like I keep saying the same thing, but it was really entertaining to watch, and just the fact that it kept going, and kind of as the sale went on, kind of reassured us that some of those suspicions we had, that this book is something special and that the market would reflect that, actually came to pass. So I think it's cool as hell.
Definitely.
I mean, and I've had, now that I know Felipe was also going after it, I know 2 people that were bidding on this book, and they both gave up. So I don't know who won it. But yeah, so it was definitely a book that people were interested in, people were looking for, and they're willing to pay for it. I mean, it's another one of those that it's sold for what it sold for. Like that's what you can say. It's like you can't really say it went high, you can't really say it went low. Like, it's just such a unique book, and I agree, it probably is a one of one. I mean, it's pretty unlikely that there's another double cover out there. It's always possible, but especially not one at this grade, though.
Yeah,
it's definitely a very interesting thing. I mean, with a lot of these books, and it's kind of like with the dynamic one as well, where it's just it's been such a long time, it's so unknown that you're just sort of like, this was another one that dragged out for a long time before it actually closed. And I think you just have those people there. It's like, I don't know, 20,000. Sure.
Yeah.
21. Sure. 22. Sure. 23, it just kept going and going. People just kept saying, yeah. And then eventually got to 28, and it was like, all right, that was the point. That was the point. But,
in reality, it shows that there were a few people out there that were also interested in it. And so if they want to sell it sometime in the future, they probably won't have a super hard time.
Yeah.
Doing it.
Yeah.
There's definitely more than a market of one for this book, for sure.
Yeah. Well, not all the books are Bobby Blue that we got to talk about here. We got to talk about Hero for Hire #1. Now, I know that this person was a huge winner picking up this book for $64,401, because the last sale was over 6 figures.
This is one where
they made 38 grand,
instantaneous 30 grand flip.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about this one right here going for this? I mean, still the second highest sale this book has ever seen.
I think this is probably more like what it's worth. I was kind of surprised it went as high as it did. I mean, I would have, given that, when it's one of those things where most of the time my general philosophy is, it's like, first it's the book, it's just like, what is that key? That's the important thing. Then what's the grade? Then you get to things like the appearance, and that's color, strike, wrap, that kind of thing. And then my bottom one is page quality, with a couple exceptions. But like this one, when you're getting up into these super expensive prices where people are spending 50 grand, or 100 grand, people tend to want to be picky. And so this one having that kind of wonky wrap, I thought it might go a little lower than that.
Yeah, that was my take on this one too, is just that it doesn't look like $64,000 at all. Just as cattywampus as it looks like it sits, it's not pretty. And I totally agree with Ryan. When you're in that price range, especially when you're looking at, top end of census books, you expect something that's visually pleasing. And I feel like this guy is a consolation prize, 9.8. Unfortunately, I mean, it's still respect where, it's due. It's an incredibly hard 9.8. There are guys out there who are super niche collectors and try and put together really high grade runs of these picture frame covers. So there is a market out there for it beyond just it being Luke Cage's first appearance, but it's not what I would have spent my $64,000 on.
Yeah. Well, only 12 on the census. All you needed was 13 people to get it to 64K. It'll be interesting to see what that book has for in the future. But there were some big winners as well.
Yeah.
Whoever found themselves in possession of Punch Comics number 12, 1.5, going for 13,480, had to be a genius purchase. Had to be.
Yeah.
Right, Ryan?
This is the big brain play of the auction.
Yeah, I feel like this is the buy of the week. Whoever picked this one up, just they knew what they were doing. But yeah, if you weren't watching last night, this was I won that one, and it was a challenge because I was also hosting, so I was trying to not show that I'm bidding on things while I'm also bidding on them, and because like on Heritage, it's not a problem because like usually with the lag, it's by the time I'm bidding, it doesn't matter. But here with 3 minutes, people definitely know you're bidding. And so, but yeah, no, I had priced it at around 10,000 a point, and it's the type of book where if you can get it to me, if I could get it under that, it's like the type of one where I'm more than happy to try to grab that. So I'm very pleased with that. That one is, I mean, and I always say like my keeper list, it's like while it's there, but it is going to be pretty firmly sitting on that on that keeper list. And
the thing is, as soon as you decide it's not, I mean, that book is as liquid as they come.
Yeah, for a Golden Age book, it's going to be it's pretty liquid book. And I mean, it's a 1.5. There are flaws, there's little missing pieces, but the main thing to me is the primary art, which is the skull, the people, all the that stuff. That's all there, and so.
I mean, kudos to whoever tore those chunks off the book. They really kind of helped frame out the art and really just draw your eye there. And they left all the good stuff for you.
Unlike that, I remember we were talking about that Tales of Suspense 39 that comes up for sale every once in a while that has the piece missing right where the quotes are, and you can tell it was a double quote copy. You're just that is the worst tear out of all time. But yeah, no, I'm very excited about that one.
Yeah, this one is great. I mean, congratulations, a huge book. One of the I guess the best skull cover there is. And I gotta say, Gus Rica, man, between this one and the other cover we talked about, I mean, the dynamic cover, I mean, he just whatever it is, there's just those Gus Rica collectors out there that just really like his art, and he drew some pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah. I remember the first time I saw a copy of this book, I was actually at Heroes, and the guys at High Grade Comics just gave me a freaking lesson on pre-code horror. They were just showing me everything, and they handed me this, and I mean, it was like, it was a spiritual experience, basically.
Right.
So yeah, I'm living vicariously through you, Ryan.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like there are certain books that I feel like when you see them, even if you aren't familiar with them, you're just like, that's an expensive book. Like you can just tell where it's like it's got that unique look to it. And for this one, the other big thing for me is that this is 1944. So it's extremely early for this style of cover. I mean, if this was in the 50s, it would be much more kind of like accepted in that era, but like this is early for this type of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of cool because like you have this skull, but it's gangsters that are fighting here, which is maybe a little more
ultimately a crime book, right?
Yeah, almost, right? So
well, and there's some like kids stories inside too. Like I feel like I think it was
fun for the whole family.
I think Anna Love maybe showed the interior of it, and it's pretty wild what the interiors are on Punch Comics. Like a lot of it are kind of like some cartoony stuff, but then on the outside they're just like super violent.
Yeah.
Because it's not just this one. I mean, like 19 is a really violent cover.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 13 is. 9 is extremely violent, where there's those little people like stabbing that artist. Yeah. These
Well,
books they're violent.
Even back in 1944, they had what was back then clickbait. So got to get you to open that book.
That's right. Just
All right.
need you to pick it up.
Well, next up here,
I was going to say, like, maybe just jumping over to some sales right now. There are back-to-back Ultimate Fallout 4 9/8 that are coming up. I was surprised to see that. Now, one of them has the custom label. So the question is, how much does that custom label?
Yeah, how much does that $5 investment return on the value of your book? Really quick, I will refresh to that. Anything you want to say about these thrilling comics and Titter right here that went for $400 seems like a steal to me.
Yeah, I think somebody did good there.
I mean, I'll just say for the thrilling comics, that goes in line with what we were talking about the other day, where there are Alex Schomburg airbrush covers, like runs like that you can get pretty affordable, nice looking copies for not all that much. You don't have to go for like the marquee book if you want to like dip your toe in and kind of get a feeling if you like it. Like $485 for that. You're not spending thousands.
Yeah,
and you're cover.
And you're in the low end of VF there. I mean, most of these are 7s or 7.5s. There's the occasional 9.0, and I see a 4.5 here on one of them. But yeah, I mean, it's that $400 to $500 range is kind of the max of a lot of collectors, and you can definitely get these things for a lot lower or a lot cheaper in lower grades, and dip your toe into Golden Age for sure.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to keep our eye on these Ultimate Fallouts here. This one's also taking down a book that, as Drew feels very strongly about the Bronze Age.
I was just getting ready to point that one out.
I thought maybe you would be like, "Don't talk about it. I'm gonna bid on that one."
At this point, the artery's already severed. I'm bled out on it. But I'm gonna pull up the sales here just to see where.
I'll just say off top. I feel like there was a point when like a 4.0 was like a $1,200 book or something like that. So here we are at $1,300 for an 8.0.
We are sitting at a 90-day average. Of course, these are going to be CGC sales of just below $1,500 at $1,493. That said, the last sale was $1,336, so it's just right there with the last CGC sale.
Yeah, well, CBC
not to start that whole fight.
Yeah.
I'm only one beer in. We're gonna have to.
Well, I mean, I remember like pre-Comic Boom, I had I think a 7.5, and I got like somebody was hassling me because I was asking $1,200. They're just like, "Oh, how could you ask this much for this book?" And I'm like, I mean, and like I feel like 3 months later it was going over $2,000 or like $2,500, and
yeah, I'm sitting on a 7.0 that I paid $1,750 for and felt like I got at a good price. Like I thought I was going to make money on it. And I put that same book out for $1,250 at the show last weekend. So,
wow.
And came home with it. Dang.
Look at this. Big shout out to Nick Barucci. Loving the show. Swagglehos is bring a great show with Drew and Ryan. Everyone hit that thumbs up. It helps support the show by helping Swaggy's algorithm. We'll finish watching later. Nick, $50 super chat. Thank you so much, man. That absolutely gets a hot clip from me.
That's what we're all going to look like after you spring for double steak tonight at the Chipotle.
Yeah.
Well, big shout out to Nick Barucci. If you guys don't know, Nick is one of the founding members of Dynamite Entertainment, Dynamite Comics and stuff. So really, really appreciate it. He's always been a big supporter of the secondary community and the YouTube space and everything. So go support, Dynamite guys, and thank you, Nick, so much for that. Really appreciate that.
Thanks for stopping by, man.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, this one's about to close.
I know. I'm just sitting here watching it, like not
13, 17. Let's take a look at these Ultimate Fallouts. So 1,500. when I can't remember what it was, but I was talking about Ultimate Fallout 4, and I think I got some mean comments that I was saying that I felt like this book was more in line to a $1,500 9.8, because to me it felt like New Mutants 98 was a better comparison of what this would sort of correct to, after the films and stuff. And here we are, 1506.
I mean, at this point, you got to feel like the 10x return on the $5 custom label might be the way to go.
Yeah, this one's only $14.55 here.
Getting that extra $50.
Yeah,
both white pages.
Is that all it costs for the custom label? I never spring for them. So is it just $5?
I think that's all it is. What it used to be. I'm like you. I don't care for them. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure that it is $5. That I remember. Maybe someone in chat can point it out. But yeah, on the one hand, I do think that they can be cool. Like I will say, just aesthetically. I mean, there is something that's kind of cool about seeing Miles here and Miles up there, but I think I don't like how all of a sudden, though, the label bumps the significance text to the back.
That's what I don't like too.
So I would much prefer it to say first appearance of Miles here on the front of the label.
Now, God forbid somebody say something positive about a CBCS label, but the thing I do like about on the back of the CBCS label is a lot of times they'll give you like the name of the story and stuff like that. Like I appreciate additional information on the label, but yeah, I think it's a bummer that the custom labels cause the actual details about the book to get second billing.
Yeah. Well, there you have it.
And I saw a comment in the chat.
14.55.
There was something something in the chat about the shipping charge. Like my experience with Comic Connect was the shipping charges were very reasonable. It was like $20 or something like that for 2 books. And because this Jeff Woolworth said hit with an $87 shipping and handling charge. So I don't know if you're international, that could be the case. I mean, I'm in the US, so I don't know if maybe that's what's causing the issue there. But at least the couple times that I bought from Comic Connect, my shipping charges haven't been that much. Now I haven't even looked at what it's going to cost for me for that punch. So it might be more if there's like some type of insurance.
Yeah. But some of these USAs are starting to hit the clock.
Yeah, I was going to say, I some of these ones they're pretty cool. Kind of a fun cover. Maybe not my favorite. To
me, it doesn't look like Schomburg drew his face.
Yeah,
like, it was like a rework or something.
I mean, just from how many like Schomburg caps I've seen, that face looks more like a Joe Simon face. Something like that.
I think you might be right, because the Bucky looks right, but yeah, something about the way his head is doesn't seem right.
It's like he doesn't have a chin, and we all know if Kirby drew it, you got a chin.
But still very, very pricey. This is one that I just in my anecdotal kind of passive viewing of Golden Age stuff, this one feels pretty rare to me. Like I haven't seen this one too much. The USA Comics with the cap stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like talking about it too much because I don't want other people bidding on them. But like USA 7 is my. I mean, for a like just like cap focus cover is my favorite cover. I mean, that cover is incredible. And so there isn't one tonight, but so there's some cool stuff. There's another one that's really good in this run. Yeah. I can't remember if it's like 9 or something like that, but yeah, like that's definitely not Schomburg.
Yeah. This is Sol Brodsky. Someone I don't even know who that is, but it's kind of a rare non Schomburg / Simon, Avison, all the guys, cap cover from this time.
But I mean, it's a crazy torture device though that they came up with on that.
That double-sided spike thing.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's like, you guys ever remember like the cartoons that would do the commercial teases where it'd be like, oh, okay, here, this is the buzzsaw, and it's like literally would go this close, and then when it'd come back from commercial, the buzzsaw would be like 2 feet away, and you'd be like, what's up with that? You know, I feel like they're doing the same thing here where I'm sorry, there's no way Cap is saving him, right? If this is closing in, there's no way.
Yeah, you're done.
That's too close.
I mean,
Maybe
you
it's
know,
maybe it's perspective. You know, Bucky's actually like further behind.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think Cap's going to get there just in time to put him in a bag.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you see that every once in a while where it's like you see the hero jumping in, but then there's like the person that he's saving, but there's still bones on the ground. You know, and you're like, you saved that one, but you're a little late to the game.
Yeah,
you know?
sorry, Timmy.
Yeah. Well, this one too, USA Comics, is another Bobby Blue one. Now, this is funny how it's got the larger size case. I don't know if that I don't know what quite works here with the format size stuff, but this, you know, when I look at the books that are in these larger cases and they look like this, it's kind of like having like a modern comic in a Silver Age bag. Like it just doesn't look nice.
Well, my question about that is, when did we make the decision to right-hand justify everything?
I know that drives a lot of people nuts, especially with these ones where they put those like whatever guides are on that side and just pushes it to the side.
Yeah.
Right.
Because we used to try and center stuff like this. And like, I noticed there was a Turtle Mania #1, which is, you know, just like a little Ashcan size thing that sold just a few minutes ago. And it's the same way. It was right-hand justified.
Oh, I didn't catch that. They didn't do the center, like where they would like,
run the seams down. Yeah. No.
It's also, you can see it here too. It's also very top justified, right? Like bigger bottom here and squished up here.
And it's, I mean, it's one where you wonder like where the staple's barely holding on, and they went for not, because like you can tell it's got a spine roll, which is why it's in that case.
Right.
But it's, you wonder if it would have detached, and then they end up with like a 2.5 if they went for the spine roll correction to get it in a normal case.
Wow.
For sure.
Well, this one got a close here at $8,100 plus the BP, right? If I refresh this.
Yeah. So 81 is some of the vaults are starting to sell too now. 93.15 is the final price.
That was
this one right here. I mean, when we started talking about this was sitting at 5-ish or 6-ish. This got a couple bids in here. This USA 6.
So that's over 10,000. Yeah.
I had that 14 going for 5,500.
Oh wow.
That was a big sale for that USA 14.
You know, the Bobby Blue bump is something that I feel like we're kind of seeing here. Shout out to Comic Ozzy jumping on and saying howdy, boys. Man, yeah, pretty big sale for that one. Definitely a little bit of a battle here on this USA Comics 6 and the uncentered case of USA 2 is also.
Yeah,
we've got a Bobby
USA
Blue
6,
vault of 423 that's getting some good bids.
Oh yeah. We got the 15. I always enjoyed the 15, the 23 here. Yeah, this was another cool one. We're actually
I've always liked 18. 18, I think, is a great cover, and I don't see it too often.
18's a lot of fun. There's a lot of stuff that's going on when you spend some time looking at it, you know.
17 is one of my all-time favorites. I mean, I'm just a sucker for the werewolf cover. Any like Universal monster.
Is that the Johnny Craig werewolf?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the one where he's in like a trench coat in the foreground.
Yeah.
Now this is one really quick because these two closed. I feel like these were, I didn't do the numbers. Let me see if nope. Here we go. The 6.5 going for 650. That feels like a really decent price.
Not a lot of sales, but a 7.5 in January sold for 13.10.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
This feels like
so we had a 6.0 sell for 8.50 in April. Oh, we're looking at 15. I was looking at 26. Sorry. Correction. 15 and a 6.5. Not a lot of sales. I can tell you some dummy paid $300 for a 3.0 recently.
See, that seems like a good price.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with it. 90-day average on a 5 across 2 sales is 481. Other than that, just not much to go on. There was a sale in January at 6.0 for 840. So yeah, I mean, I would say that was a good price.
It seems like I understand this is not very violent and stuff. It's really more just kind of a fun one, which it doesn't quite get the same sort of value range. But again, I love the lighting work.
Yeah, I'm perplexed how at the like physics of the lighting, but when
I think a lantern is probably sitting down here.
He's reaching for the lantern. That's what it is.
That's my thought. Yeah.
But no, I definitely in hand it carries over really well. So
but
see, like I really for the hands cover, I like the Vault 26. I think it's because it's got the car in there too.
And the cemetery background is really good.
Let me quickly do some stuff. So 2530 for this Bobby Blue one right here. Not necessarily a key. We're still kind of working on this guy. It's also
35 is going pretty strong. It looks like.
Yeah, decent price here. I was just gonna say, Ryan, I like the teal here in the trade, which you don't often see the teal, which makes that look kind of fun.
That's like some of the sci-fi ones. Like there's the occasional one that uses like pink. Like when you get some of those really unique colors that you don't see very often, I feel like they add to the book.
Yeah. Now I feel like I did price this one out because I was considering it, but I felt like anywhere in the 800 range for this was going to be a good price overall. I feel like whoever got this got a good deal.
I mean, it looks nice. I mean, the colors look real bright.
Yeah.
Edges are pretty sharp.
Yeah.
Considering that the 5.5 right now is about to go for only $50 less, right? So, or I guess, this doesn't have the BP. Got it. So,
that's why.
That's kind of the discrepancy, but it does feel like this one's a lot brighter.
Yeah. And I mean, I know I've mentioned it a couple times before, but it's got that like creepy moon in the background and, like I mentioned before, the cemetery. So
yeah.
That's my vibe right there.
Oh, wow. The Vault 35 is already at 1100.
There's no BP on that. Sales have been pretty strong. A 3.5 sold in June for 1150. Nothing in 4.0 for quite a while, but 4.5's last sale in June was 1681, but same month a 5.0 sold for only 1100. I feel like somebody got a really good deal there.
It's definitely one of those books that's in that repricing time period where you could probably find some deals if you catch the right auction for a grade that's higher, because to me, in terms of, I know I said like Crime Spinsters 22 is like if you're talking about the big keys, like that's my number one pre-code horror. Vault 35 is my favorite Johnny Craig cover. It's such a good cover.
It's by far the EC book I've owned the most copies of. I've upgraded this multiple times because it's one of my favorites too.
Well, this is such a great one too. When every time Christmas rolls around, right? Like it's just this can justifiably go on the mantle.
That was actually one of my thoughts. It's like, we're starting to get into fall. You're starting to see some Halloween in the stores, and I don't know about your guys' algorithm, but I'm starting to get lots of fall and spooky stuff in my feeds and stuff. But I feel like this is a book you want to sit on, and like if you're the seller of this, you don't want to put this one out now. You want to sit on it closer to the actual holidays, like maybe get it in a November auction. I feel like that's really when these things start to shine.
Yeah.
And there's a question in the chat about what's the buyer's premium on Comic Connect. Sometimes there is one, sometimes there isn't. You have to look at the listing. So if there's some of them that they will say 15% buyer's premium will be added at the end. So just know when you are bidding, they don't calculate that for you. If you bid 10 grand and it says they're going to add 15% and you win, you're paying 11,500.
Yeah. So case for this, you'll see it here. Here's the bid, and then down here it'll say 15% buyer's premium, 15% buyer's premium, and then if you go to this listing, it does not say that. So this one does not have it.
Quick heads up, we've got a Venus 11 that's Bobby Blue. About a minute left. It's an 8.0 with off-white pages. Got like an apocalypse cover. It's pretty interesting.
Did mine not update, or did it just get another bid? Oh, it got another bid. It's getting a bunch of bids.
We're up to 1,800 now. So it's it's doing.
They heard you. You know, they're
Yeah.
like, oh.
Yeah. Well, some of these ones, you know, you just, I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm going to give too much credit to the Bobby Blue thing, but I got to think that there might be some people out there that's like, well, I don't want to go home without one. You know, you had this whole sale for this, and now you're getting towards the end of the weekend or the end of the run, and it's like last chance to get your Bobby Blue right here.
Other than the 1,300 books that are
1,300 more and all the raw ones that
They don't
aren't.
know about that.
This was 149. So like,
Yeah, isn't that wild?
Put that in perspective.
Yeah.
Now I imagine this was a lot of the biggest stuff. I mean, we know the Sensation 1 is coming up later, but
yeah.
Now I'll say one on here that has really surprised me is the Weird Mysteries 2. That is a Bobby Blue, and that book, I mean, I know, like, it is a great cover. It's actually one of the ones I called out in my video about a 4.0 for under 1,000, and I had it at 850 because that was there were multiple sales in the 4.5, 5.0, you know, range that were right at $1,000, and this is at
21, 27 right now.
27, you know, and or not 27, 17, you know, and so. Yeah, that book is doing really well. But that's one of those Bernard Bailey covers. I mean, he has some of the craziest stuff. Like I think the ant coming out of the skull is one of his.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
You know, he definitely had that kind of like some type of twisted mind going on.
Well, here's another one too. It's very, very cool lighting work. I mean, look at how much like lines and effort and how many different faces are drawn. Like, you know, there's a lot of craft that's put into a cover like this.
That's exactly what I called out in the video, where it's like it's all unique faces. Like he didn't just go like skull. You know, there's a lot going on that cover. I mean, I don't know if it's the absolute standout in that run, but it's one.
Here we go. All right, well, here we go with the USA 6.
Yeah.
Going over 10 grand.
Yeah, I mean, I had that one at 7,500, so that was also a really solid sale.
The Haunt of Fear, or Vault of Horror, rather, 35, just sold at 1,200, so right in there.
I think it had
just a smidge higher than that last sale of a 3.5.
Yeah, a couple of comps to go off of. It seemed like a decent price for that.
Yep.
Now, another one that's doing really well, and until about a week ago, one hadn't sold in years, is this Voodoo 15, the one where it's got like the cufflinks or whatever it is, or maybe it's a necklace where it's the people's faces. That I specifically did not put that one on my list because I was like, I think that one would act, even though it hadn't sold for a long time, when it comes up, I think it's going to go big. And so, yeah, seeing this has justified that decision because it's already over $2,000.
What do you guys think of the Visions 1, that first Flaming Carrot? I feel like it's a black and white that doesn't get talked about very often.
All right, I'm gonna pull it up.
Visions 1.
I was at a show in Tulsa last year, and I got to this guy's booth late.
Oh, it just sold.
Yep, for $911 plus the 15.
I am not familiar with that book. I will openly admit I don't know that book.
It's the first appearance of the Flaming Carrot.
This I've never seen this stuff. This is the type of stuff when I look at this, I just go into like gobbledygook territory. You know, like this is just that like weird. I mean, it's not quite Copper Age, but you know, it's in that time frame of indie comics that I just don't know anything about.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird one. But I got over this guy's booth at that show, and I find issues 2 and 3. I'm like, damn, because this guy was selling everything for just like a couple bucks a shot. I'm like, man. It's like, I wonder if the one was there. And it was later at the show. Somebody came up. It's like, yeah, I got a first Flaming Carrot for $2. It's like, oh, I hate you.
$2.
$2.
That's a whatever that is. 10,000x right there.
I know. But it's not one I run into very often.
Yeah, that's the type of stuff I would never like. If I was flipping through a box, I would never know it. I would just,
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
same. I wouldn't either. Yeah.
I don't have that, like, that knowledge where I can call
Yeah.
that book out.
I've got enough to be dangerous on some things, but
This
I
one
mean,
got closed at 1725.
not bad.
Still
Still
fighting
going
it out
over
for the
over
Venus.
2K now. The colors on that are really great. The reds and the yellows. Good looking book.
Your Voodoo closed here at 22 almost.
2185. So yeah, it's just over 2500 with the 15.
Was
This
that
one I always
before-
think is kind of
was that
cool,
before or
just
after the 15 was added?
After the 15 is 2512.
kind of fun. Just always fun to get the #1 issue in the series of Weird Fantasy. You know?
Yeah. And I've always liked just the whole vibe of this with the brain in the jar. And
Yeah.
I feel like that, I mean, it sold for $709 with the 15, $815 for a 5.0. I feel like that's a pretty decent deal.
Sorry, I'm plugging sales in from this, trying to from the Bobby Blue ones.
There's this one that was, speaking of the weird science, this one's always kind of an interesting one. You know, it's the
Frazetta
that people talk about, but it's definitely further down on the Frazetta totem pole, but maybe not a bad, you know, as far as not breaking the bank, getting a Frazetta book. I think this is probably.
Yeah. It's,
I mean, like, I'm personally not a fan of it. I know some people say they love it. They think it's like, you know, the best cover ever. But for me, I mean, that's where it all comes down to personal taste, I guess. And
yeah, it's one of those books I'd love to put together the weird science run and just run it all the way out through Weird Science Fantasy. But it's like, I don't want to pay what people want for that book.
Yeah, I hear you on that. This one won't be too bad. You know, $200, 1.5.
Yeah, I mean,
kind of
that would be the kind of copy I would consider.
Not mind having.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this one's kind of a fun one here. A throwback to our last year's PCH coverage. One of your books you talked about, Weird Science.
Yeah,
I think you talked about this one last night.
Yeah, absolutely. UFOs over DC. I love this one.
How fitting in today's times, you know?
I grew up in a household with a mother who absolutely loves terrible science fiction movies from the 50s, and I mean, this is just reminds me of being a kid seeing this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just so fun, you know, when you look at these things and you just the impact that the Roswell thing had on, you know, kind of aliens and the conversation around it and the pop culture of it all, like just so much going on in that time. I mean, Roswell was only 2 years prior to this, so think about that. You know, just in 2 years, you have this complete just creation of the UFO and conspiracy and
even like
stuff.
Historically speaking, it was such a massive time of change because I mean, you had the jet engine that came out at the very tail end of World War II with the Messerschmitt 262. You had rocket engines coming in. It was just, you know, we went from, hey, we've got this oversized kite we flew for 92 feet or whatever, you know, 30, 40 years before that, to now we're literally shooting crap into the atmosphere. So it was just, you know, the needle was moving so far, so quick at that time. It was great.
Yeah. I mean, it really is cool. And it's just, you know, and then you got Operation Paperclip and you got all the stuff that, you know, all the scientists that came from Germany and the building of the bomb and Oppenheimer and all that. And then leading into, now we're going to reverse engineer UFOs and things like that.
Yeah.
Leading into Barbieheimer. And
leading into Barbieheimer. Now here's another one talking about how so Drew Bronze Age.
Yeah, I have a 7.0. This is making me cry a little.
You know, but this is one that I think, you know, Werewolf by Night 32, one that I would definitely like to pick up a copy eventually. Have my eye on this one as well, but I feel like this one could have overcorrected. I mean, there's a similar thing going on with some of these types of keys, like the, you know, we talked about the Fox bump with Fantastic Four, where there was kind of like a phase 4 announcement bump in like 2018 when they were like, okay, yeah, we're going to bring Moon Knight in, we're going to bring She-Hulk, we're going to bring all that stuff. And so this is now corrected to a point where it's selling for cheaper than what it was selling for in 2020 and 2019 or around that. So is it overcorrected, or did it get the phase 4 bump? Or
I would feel like we've got to be getting close to the bottom.
Yeah.
I think step 1 to rectifying that is actually putting Moon Knight in the Moon Knight show the next time we give that a shot. But
making it
that's
good.
crazy talk.
Yes.
You know, like
Actually making it a good movie or a good show.
Quality, I guess, could be in the conversation as well. But I mean, it's one of those that I can't really justify why it's fallen as much as it has. And the sad thing is, it's not really showing any signs of leveling off.
Yeah.
So we still don't know for sure where the bottom is. But you got to think, if this drops by another $150, whereas you're maybe just a smidge over $100 a point. I mean, I think at that point it's almost prohibitive not to buy it.
I would not have felt bad at all paying $900 for the 7.0. Even if it goes down, whatever, another $100, $200, like I think I think if this is a book that you want, like this seems as reasonable as of an entry point as you're going to get. Like, it's really not that bad. And, I guess where it is now, it's like one of the things is it just becomes like, since everything slides down, it's like, well, maybe you should get an 8.0. I mean,
yeah,
a couple $100 more, you get an 8.0, and then a few $100 more than that, you get an 8.5, and then so on and so forth. So that's kind of where you get these downward pressure in the mid to high grade and stuff. And so I don't know. It's a cool book. I've always really liked this cover, and I'm somebody who always liked Moon Knight. Like I always get people in the comments of my videos that say like, "Oh, Moon Knight's a trash character. Nobody's ever liked Moon Knight." Blah blah blah. But I mean, Moon Knight's one of the rare superheroes that has been able to maintain his own series.
Well, to just kind of drive home Ryan's point about confirmation sales, this makes the 3rd consecutive sale listed on GPA that went for under $1,000. So this is actually the lowest of the 3, but the last sale was $960. The sale before that was $990.
Right.
And I'll say this was one of the, because I had a Werewolf by Night 32 in my childhood collection. It was actually one of the first books that I kind of like built my business from, like one of the first sales. Like my older brother, when he had my books, before he brought them back, he had gone through them because he had more experience at that point and everything with it. And he went through and pulled out, was looking for keys to see if there's anything to grade, and he got it graded for me. And it came back a 6.5, and I think I sold it in 2020 for like 900 or 950. And nice. So that puts this into perspective. Like that is below that sale for a 6 that I had for a 6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel like it feels like it's overcorrected, but and I always had people tell me, they're like, oh, there's a bunch of fans for it. It's like, well, prove it.
Where are they? Yeah. Where are they?
Why aren't you buying this book?
Well, this is one of those ones where it's like, it is it feeling that sort of Black Widow, Morbius, Carnage effect where the show has genuinely hurt it. I mean, like, I know this is stupid, but like, think about this. Like, if I post an Instagram photo being like, hey guys, here's my Werewolf by Night 32, blah, blah, blah. I guarantee you I'm going to get 2 comments that say that show sucked, and then it's going to ruin it for me. And that's like, great. You get these social things that come in that just
damn use haters.
Yeah. Make people not want to brag about their books,
Ryan's getting the band hammer out.
Yeah. Get the band hammer out.
Oh, damn.
Well, I don't know. Very interesting though. I still think it's a cool book. I'm sure I'm going to get one at some point. Now, this one here, Weird Tales of the Future number 3.
Yeah.
$9,000.
Oof.
It's a lot of money.
That seems like a lot of dollars. Yeah.
I did not win that book. I was definitely watching it.
Yeah.
I was interested in that book, but I did not win it. I mean, I had because there were 2 copies.
Was it the
Mhm.
6.5 here? Yeah, there's a 4.5 here that went for 48.30.
Yeah, so I had the 4.5 going for 4,500, so I feel like that went right in line. The 6.5 I had going for 85, so pretty much right in line with what you'd expect. I mean that is a very tough book in grade, and that copy looks incredible.
That's pretty sharp.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
this is both of them are Bobby Blue, so double Bobby Blue for this.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the only multiple I've seen from the Bobby Blue stuff in this auction.
Right.
I mean, if you got to pick something to double up on, that's not terrible.
Yeah.
And I'll say I've also backed out of, so we can talk about it if we want. I've backed out of the Wonder 15.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna point
Yeah.
out some of these Wonder comics that are kind of coming up here.
Well,
which
the 13 went huge. That was like triple.
well, so
what
so,
I
it's
would
really?
interesting. So tell me the theory just behind the aesthetics here. I mean, just from my perspective, these do look better than some of the other runs that we've talked about with like the Schomburg airbrush stuff. Just a little more detail. It's just a little more refined on this. But yeah,
I mean,
why the
I
Wonder
put
comics?
Startling at the top, and then I put Wonder as a close second.
Yeah, but just these seem to stand out more than the Thrilling and some of the other ones, right? That
I think it's the sci-fi angle to it, maybe.
Mhm.
Like the other ones are more like the
Yeah.
jungle type stories. And that
This
kind of
feels
stuff.
more like startling to me.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like this is like, that's probably my second favorite Schomburg airbrush cover is Wonder 15.
yeah. This one's great. You got this Ant-Man effect going on right
Mhm.
here. You know,
I am kicking myself for, there was a Comic Connect auction like a year ago, and I was bidding on it, and I don't know why I didn't keep bidding on it. There was a 7.0 that went for $26.55, and I was
Ooh.
just like, afterwards, I was like, "What are you doing, Ryan? You should have like now, like I mean, the prices on it, like a 6.0 last sold for 4,500 and 8.0 for 52. Like it's just this one, and every time I look at the book, I see that sale.
Yeah,
like
I mean-
I see it, and I'm just like, idiot.
A year later, if you remember what it went for, and it's a weird number like that, you know it cut deep.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, these are the two ones that I tend to see, through osmosis because of the bondage aspects and stuff. But there are definitely some fun ones, just in the run that still have some value and are cool. They
Yeah,
also
I've had a
feature-
couple copies of that one, and then
Yeah.
8.0 I think is what I've had them in. So
Another one that's coming up that we can talk about is the Worlds of Fear 10.
yeah, that's a crazy cover.
Let's see here. I'll keep
It's
that
the
one.
eyeball cover if you're looking. If you're scanning along and you see a whole
Yeah.
bunch of eyeballs,
You'll
looking at
figure
you,
it out
like,
real quick.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Oh yeah, this one right here. Yep.
it goes for a lot, and it's definitely been heating up. This is one that I feel like more and more people have been trying to pick up, because it's just it's like a crazy painted cover.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, this one is pretty wild. It definitely stands out amongst the PCH books because there's not too many that were sort of in this airbrush aesthetic. But that's a big number.
Oh, and
Yeah.
there was a question in the chat. It was like, is that Wonder Woman or Wonder Comics? They are completely separate things. It's Wonder Comics is entirely different from the Wonder Woman
Mhm.
comics.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of X-Men ones coming up too.
Yeah, we got a lot of X-Men ones
Yeah.
coming up. This is one that I
Been
thought
one
was
for
really interesting.
days.
Take a look at this. Your Stanley signature is going to get you an extra
Ooh,
$2,700 on the value of your 1.5 right there. I
there
mean,
you go.
it's a nice Stanley signature.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't like. That's one of those. We were talking about. I think that the other day, like somebody must have like been holding his hand and like
Yeah.
sign it
Yeah.
here. Like don't
Yeah.
draw on
Not
their
there,
face.
but here. Also worth mentioning is the 9.2 X-Men 4.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
That thing's a beaut.
that was I had like a 5.0, and that was before I kind of like transitioned mostly into Golden Age. That was on my keeper list for quite a while. It's
Mhm.
one of my favorite covers from the
Yeah.
Silver Age.
Which
It's a great cover. This is definitely one that I took a pretty big haircut on my copy, but it's still a very cool book. I mean, you think you get a lot of value when you talk about what it is.
Unless we get some bids, this one's going to take quite a haircut too. The last sale was in June for $15,653, and that's down off of a 2022 average of 18,400.
Ruh-roh.
I mean,
So
WandaVision, you know, and
Yeah.
and Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness.
yep,
that was pushing up that book.
Yeah. But you get a cool, you know, Magneto here. You get some.
yeah,
It's
The
so much better
Brotherhood.
than 5. Like Magneto
so
just
much better than 5.
looks so stupid on 5, and he looks so like menacing on 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if Magneto is your guy, I feel like this is the better cover even over 1. Just
Yeah,
because
he's
you
facing-
actually
He's
get
facing
him, yeah,
camera, so to speak.
Yep. Face front.
Yeah, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I don't know. Almost undervalued once again, ironically. All right, let's take a look here. Still
Man, yeah, it's still going. So
still
yep.
going with that guy.
I ducked out at 31, I think, is when my
Your Venus went for 3,047.
It's pretty good looking.
let's see, what did I have
Price
that
there.
going for? I had it going for 2,600. So yeah, the Venus run, it gets, because of Venus 19, it's like it gets, it's one, like, because sometimes when in like Silver Age, if you have like a cool book and other books around it, those other books don't get a bump. That is not true in the Golden Age. It's you know, like I feel like the surrounding books for Venus 19 get
The
get
keys
a bump.
have coattails a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for people out there, if you don't know, Magneto on X-Men number 5, there you see him right there. Not nearly
It's
as
like, get back in the house, Grandpa.
Yeah.
not nearly as
Stop wearing
menacing
the light
looking.
shade. or
It's
what?
like Kirby worked in alphabetical order, and he's like, "Shit, I'm done, but I got this
Yeah.
X-Men cover to do."
But you know, the real book that we got to talk about that is coming up on the horizon, guys, is of course the Taylor Swift watch.
Yeah,
30 minutes away, guys. 30-minute
500 when
warning.
Hey, it has got a lot of bids since I looked, like, I don't know, maybe 2 hours ago, like before we started the stream, and it was at like 500. So
yeah, we're over 1,000. The with the BP, it's 1043.
If everyone right now in the chat donates $10, we can all buy
Yeah,
we can joint own.
We can
this
do it
book.
together, guys.
We'll start
We can-
our
we can
own
invest-
asset
invest in Perseverance
fractionalization
of
company. here.
Taylor. But is this crooked in the case, or what is the deal here?
Looks like it.
We've seen a few of those, and it's I
Yeah.
almost wonder, is it lighting that's just throwing it off, or is it actually crooked in the case? I think it's crooked in the case.
I
Yeah,
think
I
it's
think
crooked
that
in the
one's crooked.
case. Which then again, that sucks because once you want to switch to a new label, is it getting bumped around and
Eat
there's
that
this corner
sweet
going to be all blunted and
9.4
stuff,
on the regrade.
you know?
Yeah,
But,
I mean,
yeah,
yeah,
we'll
you got to look
keep our eye
close,
on that
make
one.
sure there's no bends in that corner or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, did some of the X-Men's already sell?
Yes. So the
Yeah,
7
they're
0,
starting to sell off.
it's
4.0
4.0.
just sold.
I don't
1.5
know
still hanging on.
I don't know what the prices off the top of my heads are, you know, for some of these ones.
That
but
4.0 was I mean, like, if you're talking about like stunning copies, that
It's
is
a good looking.
That is a really good looking 4.0.
Well, just look how much wider the background is, even compared to the 7.0.
yeah.
Yeah, it looks better than the 7. I mean, I'm sure they're the flaws that get it there, but presentation wise, plus it's got the dark green corner box, you know. And
Yeah,
So-
it does look better than the 7. Because this
For-
one
yeah,
is
for anybody that
obviously
doesn't know-
Ryan. This one's white pages, so you know we know that affects the.
Yep.
I mean,
absolutely.
it does affect the value on big keys like this. There's no
Yeah,
question about it. But that doesn't like. But one of the big things to me is always that dark green, because
Mhm.
I think it almost causes an optical illusion sometimes that makes the whites look whiter. Just having that dark
That-
green there.
bold, dark color to play off of.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, 3,600 on your Wonder Comics.
68 on.
Yeah, I
World
think that's a really
Grid.
reasonable
Still
price.
going.
Yeah. So we had these sales for the X-Men's. Got a couple more X-Men's here. Still fighting it out. Worlds of Fear.
The World's
This
Fury.
This Stanley Sig actually got another bid. I'm shocked. I thought that
Wow.
I thought that was 100% just going to sell where it was.
It's running ahead of the 2.0 quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. It's like, in this kind of range, it's like $5,000 is kind of that give or take. There's
Makes me
kind of
think
that value.
I should have taken my X-Men 1 for Stan to sign too.
3,000 for the signature on the X-Men book. That's crazy. I mean, this is maybe the colors are kind of nice on this, I don't know.
I mean, it's not a terrible 1.5. I've definitely seen worse. But I mean, I feel like that was the big brain play by the person who had that roached out copy to get Stan's signature on it. It's like,
yeah,
I mean, that's what I did with my AF-15 that came back restored. It's never gonna make the book whole, but AF-15 signed by Stan, restored or not, still gonna get you a little bit of that back.
Yeah.
Now, there was one that I'm curious what the price was like on it. There was that WoW Comics 38. I don't know if you still have it on your screen or not, but I know that's one of the more like in demand Mary Marvel covers.
It's a cool looking book.
It's a pretty cool cover. I have no idea what the pricing is like on it, but I mean for WoW Comics, I think that one's one of the better covers that's out there.
Yeah, this is a cool one for sure.
And unfortunately, it's not even credited. I don't even know who.
Yeah.
Now, is Mary Marvel, Fawcett's Wonder Woman here? Is that kind of her deal?
I don't know if I'd call her like Fawcett's Wonder Woman, because I don't really think they have a comparable for like Captain Marvel Jr. or Mary Marvel or whatever the I don't know what the old grandpa guy's name is. I don't even know. I just know he's on the cover every once in a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't think there's really a direct comparison between them and DC. It almost feels more like a sidekick, like a Bucky, but happens to get their own title.
Got it. Well, this one got a couple bids after Drew. You were saying it's undervalued, so you kind of pumped this one a little bit.
I mean, we're still 4K off, more than 4K off that last sale, so some instant equity there if it holds tight.
It's getting the Swaggle-House, bump right now.
Yep. Oh, there. Yep, caught another one.
Come clean in the chat, guys. Who's bidding? Who's watching?
That's right. Show of hands. The Worlds of Fears now at 7 base over 8,000 with the buyer's premium. So I don't know the pricing, but I feel like that's going to be a strong sale.
And I see in the chat that Paulie's Hideout says Mary is more like Supergirl. The same guy created Mary and Supergirl. So Supergirl was obviously later. So it's almost like she would then be a prototype for that. But
and shout out to the 129 people hanging out with us here tonight. At the moment, anyway.
There was a pretty cool one that sold a little bit ago. It was that World's Finest #7. I feel like that's about the best opportunity you're going to get. I think it was a Bobby Blue. It was. Okay, yeah, it was a Bobby Blue.
Now, let me see if I can. Number 10, I see World's Finest. Did I refresh it away? Yeah, I refreshed it away.
Yeah, it's the one where they're like on the battle or the
battleship
riding the guns. Yeah. What did that sell for?
It's $392.15. And I had it going for $500. I mean, I feel like for an entry point on that one, it was also in a magazine case. So I feel like that has been a consistent thing we've seen is those magazine cases. People are just like they're not wanting to deal with it. And,
well, they're impossible to store.
Yeah.
I mean, I love my turtle books, but I feel bad. I just kind of have them wedged in between two short boxes. I don't know what the hell else to do with them.
I have to store them on a shelf. Like it's just like it's a little annoying, having to deal with them.
All right, well, let's see what this one.
That 2.0 X-Men 1 never went anywhere. It just closed at 49.
Let's see here.
Ticking down.
Sorry, I'm trying to
more bids on this one.
Trying to catch up on these sales.
Like we're gonna close. Yep.
And we are closed.
So yeah, that's 8,050 with the buyer's premium. So
And I mean, I had it at 7,000 or 7,500. So I mean, it was more or less in line. But I mean, usually when I see that book, it is a lower grade copy.
Yeah, it seems like a very, very nice presenting. I mean, I haven't spent too much time looking at it. I don't know how many are on the census, but really nice 7.0.
So looking at all these Kirby X-Men covers, what's your favorite X-Men cover from that early run?
Probably 14.
I knew we were friends for a reason.
14's the Sentinel.
Yeah.
Those I mean, if you like your Kirby fingers, I mean,
Kirby sausage fingers.
This is about as Kirby finger as it gets for you right there.
Yep. I bought that in an 8.5 back before the pandemic, and it was a good buy.
Well, there you go. $11,000 on the 9.2. We'll let these X-Men books run for a little bit.
Filter out.
I feel like why not go on to the last 3 winners and losers before we carry on with the X-Men book, but a few more to go. Winners and losers. There are no losers, but maybe there are. In Mass Comics #1 in the 7.5, selling for $54,625. Now, this was one of those ones that Felipe had said that they were a little surprised that it went as low as it did. This feels like maybe it's hard to say. There's not too many sales to price it off of, but I don't know. What did you think about this, Drew or Ryan?
I think it's just the market coming around to realize that Mask 2 is the superior cover of the Mask.
Yeah, lies.
Oh, shots fired. Shots fired.
I think it's just one of those things where it's just kind of a shot in the dark. You can take your best guess, and sometimes you come up long, sometimes you come up short. But I think even at 54, it's not like it. I think if you sell a comic for $54,000, and it's within kind of the general range of expectation, then you're going to make that up someplace else. And as we've been talking about for the last couple nights, they've more than made that up in plenty of other places. So
yeah, I mean, I think I gave an extremely wide range for this one, because I mean, when there are 2 graded higher, these books do not sell in this grade. You even in low grades like the 2.0s, you don't see sell all that often. And so I think I was like 50 or maybe 60 to 70, and it went for 54. Like it's like, I mean, it's near the lower end of that range, but it's still within that range. And I mean, it's tough. Like when you're up near the top there, you do get huge gaps with every half grade, especially going towards top of census. And if people aren't in the chat aren't aware, like top of census is an 8.5. I mean, it's right there. It's not like there's a 9.2 or 9.6 like there are for a lot of these things. These 2 books specifically have their high grades. I think the top of census is for the 2 is very similar. It's like an 8.0.
Yeah, I almost feel bad for some of those runs where it's like, you have all this grade compression. There's just, this hard ceiling. But then Edgar Church comes along and just blows it out. It's like, oh, yeah, here's a 9.4. And your next best copy is an 8.0.
Yeah. Well, I mean, seems like a good buy, a beautiful book. And yeah, still kind of sold maybe right in that window, albeit on the lower end of the window. But
I will say just kind of one thing to point out. I believe it was with their last sale, Bobby Blue collection crossed the $1 million sales mark.
$1 million.
Wow.
So
$1 million, guys, in terms of totals sales for Bobby Blue books in the Comic Connect auction.
And this is a 10th of the books they have created and sold at auction.
What's funny is I think in my video that I did with them, maybe I went a little clickbaity-ish on the title where I said their discovery of their $1 million collection. And I was like, I hope it's worth $1 million. I mean, $1 million
Didn't realize you
sounds
were
good.
severely undershooting it, huh?
Yeah, but I was wrong. I was on the low end of that.
Yeah, because the combined sales for the first 3 days was $892,929.40, and so far they have sold $109,378.80. So that is, and it was with that Worlds of Fear $8,000 sale. That's the one that notched it up.
Yeah.
So there
so
you
you're
go.
saying,
Whoever bought that, put the sticky note on it. Like, this is
Yeah.
the $1 million.
That's the $1 million
Bobby Blue
book.
book.
Yep.
so next time you're in a live with FlipMode and they won't go down by $5, guys, just let them know.
Come
Let
on.
them know what the totals from weekend one was, or week one was.
Yeah.
From there.
Uh-huh.
All
That's
right.
great.
Well, coming in here, winners and losers, top 10 books to talk about. We got to talk about Starling Terror Tales number 11, selling for $33,350. This was one of the monster sales
Yeah.
of the week, right?
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's exactly the same as the Crime Suspense Stories 22. You know, it's potentially a loser until you get a confirmation sale.
Right.
Because that was a huge jump. I mean, like, I think Felipe said they had it at like 14.5 or 15. I had it at 16, you know, and this is more than double that. So, I mean, it is a stunning copy. It looks amazing.
It's a fantastic looking
but
copy.
it is now the record holder for
In
that
every
book.
grade.
In every grade.
Yeah. And I think the thing with this one was just, it felt like an event, because it was, you know, we'd get almost to the end. We'd have just 2-3 seconds left, and that next bid would come in. And
Oh my God.
we just keep doing that. And then we'd go through that, but then somebody slap right back. It was just, it was toying with our emotions for so long last night. But
I feel like it ended when we started cheering. We're like, go for 30.
that's right. Do it. But no, I mean, I definitely agree with Ryan's assessment. It's a gorgeous copy, like we talked about last night. It's just a little out over its skis until somebody proves to us that no, it's not, and that's just how far the ground has moved beneath that book.
Yeah, very, very interesting one. This has been one that's been really hot, you know, as far as Golden Age books can be hot, you know, as far as like how many sell, but it just keeps going up and up. And it's really interesting about the whole black, title
Versus
element
the
to
blue, yeah.
it, you know, and if you want to call it second printing or however you want to define it, but very cool to see that. But even with the blue, this one going for $33,350. So
And
pretty.
for John Horchler's comment in the chat, no, we did not make $1 million. This is not our collection.
I wish.
Yeah,
no.
we would be much happier if it was our $1 million.
Yeah, no, this is not our collection. So.
I did make 50 though. Once
Yeah,
again, shout out to Nick and
I
and
checked
Max
my
and Flex for all the
YouTube
super chats.
revenue on the rewatch from the Wednesday night stream. I think I've got a cold $3.75 coming my way here in a couple weeks. So I got that going on for me.
All right. Well, last book to talk about in sort of the winners and losers, at least from the recap of earlier in the week. I mean, there were a couple that went on the last day that are not going to be included in this, but last one I kind of wanted to talk about was what I was in some ways maybe the biggest book coming in, you know, from the Bobby Blue collection. Like this could have very well been the highest stickered book, at least in this sale. And I actually still think that it was, but maybe a little bit kind of like the Mask, a little bit on the softer end of the expectation window. But of course, Pep Comics number 22, first Archie. What did you guys think about this one? 69,575.
I think it was a little bittersweet. I think we definitely had expected more of it. Just because it's one of those books that you don't see come up very often at all. I don't know if we just didn't have enough bidders in the room to really drive it to where we thought it would be, or, you know, maybe the Archie communities kind of moved past the, you know, I could buy a brand new very nice vehicle price for Archie's first appearance kind of position, but I don't know. It was surprising to me because I had definitely figured it would go for a bit more than that, and I think at some point I even talked that that might flirt with six figures potentially. So to see it kind of fizzle out here, it is what it is, and I think we all know who wound up with it, and they seem to be happy. And the thing like this is, we saw today another one of these came to the market, so it just helps build the book up as they actually change hands. So it's nice to get some more inventory in the market and to get that flowing again. So
yeah,
that's kind of my take on it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I had it going for 80, but like you said, I wouldn't have been surprised if it went for more, just with how rarely they come up for sale. I mean, so I think I think it was a good pickup, because it's one of those things where I get that he's not on the cover, and that can always be a detractor on some of these major keys, kind of like All-Star 8, that kind of thing. But at least with this one, you have like a really good World War II cover. You don't have something where it's just, a not appealing cover anyway. Like, this is a historically significant cover regardless. And then you have, those multiple first appearances in it. So, I mean, that's my take. I would think it'd be a really cool book to own at some point. I don't feel like it's a book I will probably ever own, just because the price point is just so far out there. But I
mean, for the most part, one of the last chances to own it. I mean, only like 30 copies on the census, but
it is rare. It is rare.
$70,000, a lot of money.
I've seen multiple more Action 1s and Detective 27s than I've seen Pep 22s with my own eyeballs.
Yeah. Well, we got a very, very special surprise guest coming on the channel, guys, here today. We might have said some funny things about this book, maybe not performing the way it should be, but he should be all smiles, because we have a proud new owner of a Chamber 19 and a comic book dealer who's done very, very well in the last few days. Jamie from FlipMode. Jamie, it's good to see you, man. Congratulations.
He's also the secret owner of a 23. It was
okay.
Neither confirm or deny that.
I swear, Felipe's stories. Felipe's stories on stuff. It just kills me. First of all, I want to correct some old man stuff. I'm the one that processes everything. So as far as like knowing what books, where, when, how, I remember everything about that collection. Just to give you a semblance of that old man collection real fast before we jump on everything else, it was 47 banker boxes. So banker boxes are the old or traveler boxes. They were the metal boxes. So that gentleman had in his garage 47 of those for like 30 plus years.
Wow.
And so what happened is it ruined me for Silver Age. The Avenger 1 was a 9.4. The ASM 1 was a 8.5. Some of the early Spider-Mans under 20 were 9.2, 9.4s. Wow. Everything was in oily bags and no boards, and they were just stacked vertically, like just on top of each other. And so it was absolutely. I still have 2.5 short boxes of old man stuff, just filler DC. Filler Marvel that I just I haven't got back to, but every time I want to look at something that's from the 60s that off the newsstand, I just go, oh, look at this, So
wow. Where in the country did you guys find this?
That was Long Beach.
Okay.
That was just Long Beach. Yeah. Local, very local to us here in LA. So, and that was the Comic Boys actually discovered that collection. It was unbelievable. The AF-15 came back a 7.5. The Hulk 1 came back a 7.5 or 7.5 on the Hulk 1, and the paper quality was crazy to see. The very first parts of Marvel chipping, meaning that you can see the veins on the side of the book starting to actually appear in the Marvel chipping. some of the books, I look at the Promise collection and I feel a little bit on CGC a little bit, because I'll see like it'll say a 9.6 and you look at the back cover and there's a tan bar, and I'm like, the old man stuff was the same grade, and I would send a couple things in and they'd give me a 9. I mean, the exact same book, and I'm just like, it's a little bit I don't know on that. So
Yeah.
a little favoritism on that Promise collection from Heritage. So, but yeah, as far as that Chamber 23, I remember as we were pulling the books out in front of Bobby, Mr. Blue himself, and I'm handing him stacks. First of all, he gets really mad at me because of the fact that I put all the boxes to my right, so it wouldn't allow him to get to the books. So I would pull 10 of them and I would look through and I'd be like, okay, I got to see everything. Now you get to look at them. So he was like, give me something that you haven't seen yet. And I'm like, hold on, you don't know these books. So I'm like, and everything was not bagged and boarded. There was, I brought 2,000 magazine bags because of the initial list. And the gentleman that was helping, a long-term friend of Mr. Blue, handling his estate affairs with his family, only knew that he had 6 banker boxes, and then ended up being 14 banker boxes of stuff.
That's a happy surprise.
Yeah, and I had no idea on the pre-code. Zero. No idea. I had no inclination until we got to the first box. He had every EC book except for number 1. So the very first words, I think it's Tales. It's where he's strapped to the
Vault 12.
Vault
12. I think that's the only one he did not have.
Wow.
So
he
had 2 of the annuals, and I think there's a total of 4 annuals, I believe.
I think there's 3.
Is it 3? Yeah. So he had 2 of the 3. Yeah. So, but everything else, those will be on the next as we process. What I did is nothing was in order. So as I processed the boxes and I bagged and boarded stuff for grading, I just said this hits a certain price point, it goes in the box. I didn't even get to the next book type situation. So even those boxes right now, we just grab 50 of a time for Rocket to take care of, and it's just what's next. But Vince from Metropolis is like, keep bringing the heavy hitters, and I'm like, they're in there. We'll get to them. It's just so. But it's exciting.
Have you spoken to Vince and since these last couple of days? You guys had any exchanges?
Yes. So if you want to bid above 25,000 on Comic Connect, he has to unlock it. So when I knew the chamber was getting ready, and I was like, oh, man, I'm gonna have to unlock this account of mine. So I had to tell Vince, here's my account. Can you please unlock it? So, Relic, I'm sorry, Relic, if you're watching this, I'm sorry, buddy. Good guy.
No, he's not. He's not really sorry.
No,
I'm not sorry.
Well, I feel like we were saying how I feel like this is of the books. Like this is your copy. This is the one that has now more of a spiritual part to it, or it's a little extra special.
It's been so there's only this is my most attainable copy that I'll be able to do. As much as I saw there's a 9.2 or 9.4 on Comic Link, I think, up on auction, if I'm not mistaken. I saw that. I saw that.
You're right. Yeah.
San Diego Comic-Con. I'm not. I can't. That's just too much money. So and grats to whoever gets it. I mean, I saw it in person. I was just like, yep, that's a 9.2. Jesus, that's ridiculous. The reason I was so, first of all, it's the Bobby Blue collection. One thing I want to make sure people understand that buy these books, that the quality of color, and I everybody's gonna, salesman in me or whatever. It doesn't. The quality of color. If you look at the covers of the books themselves, he left these in a closet for 40 years, and it did not get hot. It did not there was a little bit of tanning on some. Unfortunately, one of the boxes got wet years ago and destroyed the whole box. And there was 2 bigger books in there that unfortunately they're destroyed. And
Are
one of
you,
them is a pre-code of
Say, are
pretty
you, are
good
you able
pre-code.
to disclose what those were?
Sorry, I'm a huge escape room fan, and so one of the companies locally that they opened up a new room, they called my group and they asked us to beta test. So it's not even a public escape room yet. So I'm super excited that we got to beta test it. So so my brain's still kind of focused on that a little bit. As far as forgive me, it's Ryan's gonna know. It's the pre-code. It's the pre-code cover where the lady turns into a monster bird. It's like a 4-part where the person changes the face to like a beak and is biting or eye gouging the person.
The vulture cover we were talking about the other day.
No, I feel like I'm not familiar with the one that you're talking about, like where a person is transforming.
Yes, it's so on the cover, it's the face is like there's 4 stages to
okay.
the person switching to a bird. It's a really it's a pretty graphic cover. But I'll pull it up for you guys and I'll post it, and I'm like it's in one of the banker boxes that's still there.
Well, really,
So is it like a 0.5 then or something like that?
The problem is that the comics were stuck together, so as they pulled apart years ago, you've got a back cover that's melded slightly onto the front cover. So maybe with sorry, my cat, jeez, flumpies.
I know. I kept seeing like something like
yeah. Sorry, yeah. She's hungry, so I came back in to jump on with you guys. The problem maybe if it was if you humidify the book a lot, but it already has cover pull, like you can tell what book it is, but there's not much there. It's complete, but it's a 0.5 maybe. I mean, it's a I've got a copy. Any grade is better than no grade type situation.
Yeah.
If I look it up, I'll take a second to look it up in a minute. But yeah, that was in there. The Solomon Grundy All-Star. Is it All-Star?
Yeah.
The yellow cover with the
All-American.
All-American. Thank you. The All-American was in there, and that's probably going to be a 1.5, maybe a 1. It's still pretty solid, but it definitely has some the moisture damage to it. So
I feel like we didn't see much DC in this one. There were a couple Batmans,
a couple more funds.
Yeah. So as far as he was, when we got to the Detective 47, my heart started racing a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, because you're just like this close.
Well, I mean, you almost don't want it in there because then you wonder if then you might not even be able to
no. Well, so I have several investors for Felipe and I that if things get to a level where we need to bring in a that type of there's plenty of people out there across the board that definitely would jump on board at an opportunity to invest in that. Even larger collection. There are larger collections out there that definitely would need that type of money. I know of one. So, but it's my buddy is already working on being in his will as being the executive for his family. So. Yeah, it's his life. He bought just a contextual of what this is. It's 2.5 storages, 10 by 30 plus his entire house. He is meticulous as far as every book he's ever bought. From what I understand, his AF-15 is probably a 9.4. Wow. I mean, his Hulk 1 is 9. Every book is mint, and he has from 1961 on every Marvel, every book, everything. Every variant, every all store exclusives, like as far as like a one of per store, he has it all. Wow. He probably, from what I understand, he probably has 10 to 15 Black Venoms because they were throwing those out and he thought they were cool. Like he has and he still buys a box and a half, short box and a half of comics today, every month.
Wow.
So that will be very special. And that will definitely get a pedigree for
That's
sure.
gonna be labor intensive.
Oh,
Wow.
I mean, just think of every book out there. Felipe really wanted this one.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I pulled it up because it's it's ticking down here. But
Yeah, it was special. His run of was one. I think it's 1 through 23 is the run. 1 through is that the run? Do you guys know if I can't remember. But the rest of them will go up next time. But he was missing 16, I think, is it for his Young Ally run, which is pretty impressive because that's a series you don't see very often collected.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
that
is
was the
definitely
impressive
great
thing about the
cover, though.
caps. Like it seemed like it was almost complete, like 3 to 50.
Yeah. When we were going through the caps and we kept getting lower and lower, and I'm like, oh boy. And he was a huge cap fan because look at USA Comics. Talking to him, he's all, yeah, I love Captain America, and he's all at that time.
Did he have a USA 7?
No.
Oh, okay.
USA 4 and 6.
Well, I mean, I guess if we're all the USAs, the ones that sold tonight were.
Let me hold on a second.
That Young Allies with the buyer's premium was 63.88.25.
The number one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I tell you that giant size X-Men 1 and the 9.6 went for pretty cheap.
So USA, he had looks like he had, from what I understand, 2, 6, 12, and 14.
Okay.
So far from what I've on my list of stuff. So, yeah, it's the Marvel Mysteries. See, Felipe, I mean, he knows the books, but I've gone through and I've already like spreadsheeted. Like I'm like Ryan. I'm Excel. I love Excel. So I'll build crazy Excel spreadsheets and figure out like per point, when's the last one sold approximately, the whole 9 yards and figuring stuff out. I'm very impressed, honestly, and I appreciate everybody really liking the collection. Like for instance, this one, his mom wrote his name on it, and then when you get the Bobby by himself, he wrote his name. So that's where you get, this is when he got this book he probably got when he was 6.
Wow.
So his dad was paid $2.10 a week, and his dad would take 10 cents and go buy him a comic book a week.
Wow.
So just to
That's
give
awesome.
you some, and it was not these are hardworking, middle class people. $2.10. Think of that. That's a considerable amount of your income at $2.10, giving up 10 cents for your son each week and then what happened is that as he got to around, I think he said around 10 years old, he didn't need to put his name on it because he was then doing paper jobs and yard cleanups and earning his own money to go buy comics. And then he stopped taking them to school to trade, and they would trade to read. Like this was like a currency. Like if you got this book, let me read that book. And they put their names on them
for their PEP 22.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what he gave.
Yeah. So I actually,
his name's on there.
And
he knows
doesn't remember what he traded for because he loved Archie. Because his Archie, he's got Archie 1 through 30 something straight, I think. Of course, the Archie 1. But and then there's early Pepsin, of course. But
then
he was
you find
a huge
out it was
Archie
an Action
fan.
1. You're like, oh
yeah.
So there's a coverless box, and I'm like, because his Supermans went down to 4 or 6,
Oh,
4
wow.
or 6, and I'm like, oh my god, even a coverless number 1. I'm just like, so he's got 2 coverless number 4s in there. He's got a coverless Detective Comics First Clayface. That's probably the most expensive book, but he's got like Flame Comics coverless. He's got some more MLJ comics. He's got some more detectives, some more Supermans. Because I asked him, so why'd you stop collecting? It got dumb once they did the comic code. It's just like, it's not fun anymore to read. These aren't exciting books anymore. So, because he has like 1 or 2 of some of the first comic codes, and that's it. He quit. So,
well, that's what we were saying, and I think maybe Mickey, you might have said this in another one too, where like his mom was the MVP, like how she seemed to not care at all, like writing her name on like some of these, or his name
Nope.
on some of these super violent covers, you know? And
Yeah. Well, so I said, because I'm curious, because you get to talk to someone that actually, this was, we look at these covers, and this is, at the time, some of this was propaganda. This was to instill pride and to
dehumanizing the enemy.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And so it makes a huge difference on, look at that. I mean, come on. You can't look at the colors. First of all, I hate to say it again. I mean,
I mean, a little innuendo in there. That's the pocket torpedo there.
Yeah, rocket torpedo. But it's just amazing to see how bright the contrasting of some of these books are. I mean, when you look at other books of that era,
Ruth.
Baby Ruth.
Yeah.
That's a good candy bar.
Do you think that if you saved your 5-cent Baby Ruth, you would have been doing as well as your 10-cent?
No, not even. So I even asked, I says, so do you have any toys or anything, and he's like, no, I wasn't in the toys, just the comic books. Now, also you have to realize that this was a source of entertainment as well. This is before radios were in every home. So comic books, Captain Marvel's at one point were way more desirable than Superman's. It was just, as far as the before Superman and they expanded the universe and really became huge. DC became so big with Batman, but at one point Captain Marvel was way outselling everything else, with Fawcett. So, Jesus, Cat.
It's such an amazing find. Is there anything that's been, just, I guess, coming out of this weekend? We asked Felipe the same questions of just anything that was surprising, any like interesting stories of you guys on the phone, just being like, anyone who's come to you and said, hey, I bought the Pep Comics 22 or something like that.
No, we did have a couple customers, post that they won certain books. Man, I was really looking at that Ditko. I really was contented by that first Ditko cover. I love that cover.
Yeah.
The Thing 12, I think. Oh,
it
man,
pretty solid tonight.
Yeah, I was okay at like 5,000.
I had it priced at 5, and it went for $72.45. So it
wow.
Yeah,
the World of Fear, that copy was, I love that. Wow Comics, that World of Fear was so bright. I mean, I have never seen that book look that clean in person. It's just you don't see this book. It's the first one like I've actually held raw, but this book you just don't see on walls ever. Like I just don't see it. So
that book gives me nightmares because I know I've passed multiple copies of it raw, just flipping through boxes, and I never bought one.
Yeah.
I mean, it is one of those that I feel like it's taken off in the last few years.
For sure.
And it sticks with you. Like once you've seen a copy of that book, you don't forget it.
It's extremely unique. I mean, it's eye popping. So
It'll be here all night, folks.
Yeah. But I will say that overall, the eye appeal of Bobby Blue has just been. I think it presents very well for the grades and what they are. And we just did a weekend show where we pulled out some Bobby Blue stuff, and I'll be honest, I regret selling. I regret selling those books. Like to those that got some of the Bobby Blue raw, congratulations, because I did not anticipate the fervor on some of the pricing. And I think once people get their books and they actually see what these books are compared to other, and there was a time where you guys were showing a Mad 1 and there was another Mad 1 of similar grade.
Yeah.
And the
like
contrast,
a 6.5 out of 5, I think.
The contrast between that 5 and the Bobby Blue, the Bobby Blue looked like it was just printed yesterday compared to it. So, that's good. That's good.
It's crazy.
That's a good cover.
Yeah, I was considering bidding on this one, and I've given up on it. But yeah, because it's an Okajima.
Kojima.
Yeah,
This is
that's
the
a
last.
good one.
This is the last book of the night. We might go back through and check some of those grayed out ones, but I'll kind of leave this up for now. But
Yeah, I guess the annual kind of petered out a little bit from the last sell. It's sold for like
Tales of
21,
Terror.
The Tales of Terror annual.
Yeah. A little bit. I mean, it was still pretty respectable, I think.
Sure. When I showed that book to Matt Nelson, the only reason it got a 5, is on the spine. It was it was very clean, but because it's square bound.
And it's 4 books thick. They split really, really easy.
Well, it was missing the 3/4 of an inch of the actual spine was missing.
Like it had actually chipped off. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Matt said that if it wasn't for that chip, it would be a 9.2.
Holy crap!
It was. He says it was the most beautiful copy he's ever seen, front cover, back cover, and he's like, that chip just killed it. And I'm like, I understand. He's like, man, this eye peel on this book when it gets into a slab, when someone puts it out and shows it off, you can't because it's so square.
Drew's looking for that time machine to go back and like throw in a bid.
Yeah,
no
it's it is absolutely. He stood on that, and also he stood on the Marvel Family one. Matt he goes, this book is always split, and the paper quality, it is very cheap paper quality on that book. And he goes, wow. He's all, this thing is just wow. I mean, he's just flipping around, so. But I was just like, yeah, it's pretty nice.
I kind of think if that Tales of Terror would have hit the market 2 to 3 years ago, it would have been a different story than tonight.
Oh, I bet 35. 30.
So
35.
many copies of that book have come out of the woodwork in the last 12 to 18 months. I mean,
yes,
it used to be a ghost, but I mean, they're not an everyday occurrence, but they still pop up every couple months at this point, as opposed to once a year.
I think what happens is in anything collectible at a certain price point, people are like, okay, and they've had it forever. So they're, it hits, it's like I always compare to gold, right? There's so much gold on the market, but as gold gets to a certain price point, people are like, hey, I'm going to now spend, that gold was very expensive to go get. So now that it's worth going to get, I'll go get it and put more on the market. Right. So it's just like, it's the same thing, but the opposite as far as like at a certain price point, stuff comes to market because it becomes,
you take your gains and
take your gains pretty much. Yeah. So, let me turn the light on because this monitor is really bright.
Well, with that, Max right here. Thank you so much, Max, for the $5 super chat. So this one, maybe Jamie can answer this, but
sure.
Why doesn't the Bobby Blue collection constitute a pedigree label? Did you consider working with CGC to get one? And what are the parameters to qualify?
From Matt's perspective and talking with Matt, it was all about grades. So if you look at the Promise collection and you look at the overall grade quality was much higher. And I understand that there were a couple books in this collection that really hit, especially on the pre-code. But when you're talking about the golden age and he's all giving it a label, absolutely. The Bobby Blue collection, it deserves that all day long. But they're being very, very cautious on giving that pedigree label to collections anymore.
Everything special, nothing special.
Absolutely, that's right on the head. Absolutely. So as much as I would love to get the label for Bobby Blue, I mean, that's a really special collect. I mean, Bobby Blue's a special collect. I mean, but there's certain collections that, due to just the pure quality of the books themselves, it makes a huge difference. So,
right. Is that something like, is it not a perfect science? They just kind of know when they know, or
yes.
is there some handbook that says you have to get 15?
No, they weigh the collection. They weigh the collection. So it's an internal choice as far as how they go about it. So, but I mean, I asked. I mean, I'm sitting there. I hand delivered the first batch because I'm not mailing those things off to So, you know, and the thing is this whole process, I never counted pages. I just handed stuff off. I didn't know about the double cover. I just said, Scott, let's start working on this. Like, I'm so excited. Like, I'm not opening these things. I don't want to touch them. Like, I'm just like, let's get those in the best shape possible for people, and I'll fly them over there. So Matt's like, okay, we got to crack these out before I check them in. I got to count pages. And the first book he grabs was the freaking Mystic 6. And when he goes and he he literally lifts it up and he goes, this is light. And I'm like, I mean, he's handled millions of books. So like he literally lifted up. Matt's that good. And he goes, this is light. And I'm like, so he goes, hold on. He starts counting. He goes, it's Miss Centerfold. I'm like, oh, my heart starts singing. I'm like, oh God, did I just like spend all this money to come over here and all these books? So the next book he grabs a Sensation 1.
Is it the Tech 47 or something? And then it's
no,
like,
the Sensation 1. He goes right to Sensation 1. And so I sit there, I literally, I drop my head and I close my eyes. I didn't even want to look. And he looks at me and goes, are you really closing your eyes? I'm like, Matt, you don't understand. And he goes, and then after about 2 minutes, because it's a pretty big book, he counts there, he's all, you're good. And I'm like, whoo, you know, so you know, because the thing is like, you know, I'm not if I want to read that type of stuff, I mean, that book is there, but I'm gonna go get the digital copy and, you know, and read that stuff.
Of course,
so,
yeah.
He does have next auction for those people that are wanting Sensation. As far as Sensation goes, his Sensations that I've cataloged so far: 1, 5, 12, 24, 26, 50, 52, and 80. Those are the Sensations that I know of so far that I've cataloged. So, so there is more DC stuff. He did not have a lot of Batmans. Not a lot of Batmans. Okay. The 5 came back, a 4-5. That's going to be on the next one. But the 10 was missing Centerfold. So, you know, it's just some of his early stuff, and Matt's all, it's very common. And what happens is that sometimes they would just have a slip in single page that would fold under the centerfold. So if you lose a centerfold, you'll lose that page as well. So it's you know, on certain eras in the 40s that they did that too, you know. So I'm like, well, I mean, there are what they are. I mean, it's just, you know, so, but
yeah. Well, this suit closed out at $3,000 right there.
Yeah.
Just to recap that.
Which is an increase of, let's see, 127%.
Not a lot of Taylor Swift fans amongst Bobby Blue buyers. This one only going for 1,043.
Yeah, that was kind of.
Is it off centered or is it like crooked in the case?
That's what we were saying. It looks crooked in the case.
Oh, okay. Because the spine looks like it's got a good line on it. It just looks really crooked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I wonder,
like it took a shot sometime.
Did people get a little concerned of like, oh, did it shake in the case and now it's not
sure.
going to be name and all that stuff. So,
yeah,
you know, but
it's not a newsstand.
Yeah. A lot of, you know, X-Men sales here and that. We can talk about that, but I want to, you know, while Jamie's here, you know, kind of want to pick your brain a little bit more. So what's next here? You guys going to have more books going to CGC? You're going to have next Comic Connect auction. Are you going to do some lives again?
We're doing lives. I mean, I have several collections that people have bought stuff from that I can pull out of, like for instance, the Lights Camera Action. That person, he bought all his books brand new. Most of his stuff is from like 1971 to 1978. His when we graded his Heroes for Hire #1, it came back in 9.6. The Tomb of Dracula was a 9.4. I'm sorry. The Spotlight, Marvel Spotlight 5 was a 9.4. So, but I still have all the Neil Adams Avengers that he has, and some of those are 9.4, 9.6, 9.8. The Mr. Terrific stuff. I've probably got about 4 or 5 shorts of that era of stuff that I can pull from. I still have like old man stuff. I mean, we have. I mean, I have. Here's the problem. And if anybody's like, it's all got to go, and I get it. Like he wants to just like churn and burn like all the time. So like I'll hide stuff, and he knows I hide stuff. So like right now, my favorite story arc of Marvel is Secret Wars. I like Secret Wars. When that 12th series came out, I was enthralled with that series. And so when they announced Secret Wars, and I'm like, oh God, Marvel. End Games, was that the end of games for Marvel? Like this is like, I feel like everything after End Games is just, did they get rid of the writers? Like, I don't like, anyways, I can go on and on about that. So I have a short box of runs, and in there is probably 40 Secret War 8s that I've like out of collection we bought. I take the 1s, 2s, I take them all, and I said, look, I won't put any more in here, and I won't put any more aside. So I'll just filter out, and I will just get, and then when the movie hits, I will bust them all out, and I'll let people have baller mint sets for sale. I don't care.
Nice.
Like whatever raw, it doesn't matter. You know, I get more of enjoyment of giving people the opportunity to get, if I can find it for a good price, you can have it. It's fine. If there's a little piece on the end for Fleep and I, and we can keep getting good stuff for people, that's to me the best part of doing this.
That's a very old school dealer mentality, and it's not something you hear a lot anymore.
I'm not gonna. I don't need a nickel and dime. There's no reason to. To me, I've been in sales so long. I've seen other sales people on the years of being on sales floor where they want to max out every penny out of every person, and that just to me burns people out. I'd rather have the person win and say, I feel good about the purchase, and look, I'm coming back, and I feel like and very, very, very few times when I sell something, unless it's something that I'm just like, guys, I've got to charge at least 80% for this thing. Like, right. This is something, and everybody just grabs it anyways, because they feel like our grading and, my grading is pretty strong as far as across the board on getting stuff. I'm not perfect, but I do my best to go through, and as Ryan says, as far as using, especially the comic book database to figure out storylines and how many pages, and I have
those non-story pages in the centerfold.
Yes, 100%. Our ad pages, it's crazy. So some collections are easier than others because they weren't really messed with, so it's a little bit easier going through stuff. But like even on Bobby Blue, it's not like I read speed comics every day. I don't know I don't know all the storylines, so I want to make sure everything's there and inspected correctly, and look for anything out of the norm. So
Jamie, did I see you guys picked up a collection out of Kansas City lately? Is that right?
That was
I could be wrong.
9 months ago, 10 months, maybe 12 months ago. That was a while ago.
I'm Central Missouri, so I have bought out of Kansas City some too.
Oh, got you.
I was just kind of curious.
It was actually, what it was? Out. It was April, because it was just after the draft. Because I complimented how beautiful and clean downtown was.
They put a lot of effort into it.
And they literally said, wait till next week, it'll be back the way LA is. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, dang, okay. Because I guess the NFL came to town and just they kind of just spread everybody on the streets out to get the unfortunate, the way that works. But it was beautiful when I went. It was a lovely city.
Good deal.
And the barbecue was excellent. So
definitely.
But as far as next, as far as Bobby Blue, Felipe and I are going to hold off on any more Bobby Blue sales until I really dive into what we want to finalize grading. We still have 10 banker boxes of stuff that I wasn't going to grade. And the stuff that I pulled out was in those banker boxes. So that was the stuff there was like 2 books I'd found. I didn't really look at Superboys too hard, and to come to find out that First Lana Lane in a high grade sells for pretty good money. And I'm like, oh, okay, whoops. So there's going to be a couple books in there that even, as far as my knowledge base goes, that I'm like, oh, this is an outlier.
Right.
But, he was pretty extensive on Disney. His Walt
there was
Disney
a question
comics.
in the chat. Was there a 4-color 16 in there? The Mickey?
No, I've only sold 2, unfortunately, of the Mickey. And if it was anywhere near clean, I'd probably keep it, because I'm a huge Disney fan. And I've been trying to get, I like card games, so I've been trying to get Lorcana, but there's nothing anywhere. Freaking people scalping that thing like crazy.
Yeah, I was watching I watch like a Pokemon opening channel, and he was opening that too.
Yeah, no, it's pretty crazy to see the fervor on that game. I mean, they're already going to do a chapter 2 come November, so I'm like, how much left of there's first prints out there of that stuff? So, but anyways, back to comics. As far as the Bobby Blue stuff goes, we're going to hold off until we've really narrowed down what we want to send off. I know I have about 8 Golden Age boxes solid of stuff that we already planned to send off. Almost all the EC stuff is going because of the grades. I mean, some of the stuff you saw a 9.0 on this auction.
Yeah, Vault of Horror 23.
The Vault of Horror.
It was.
Yeah, so there's definitely more of that level of stuff in there. The only book I'd want to keep is I think the Werewolf with the Moon. I forget what number off the top of my head that one is, but
46.
46. Yeah.
46. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a nice one in here that I had my eye on. It did really well. So it's
definitely... I was eyeing that one too, and I'm like, man, what's Bobby Blue's version? I don't remember how clean it was compared to that one, but I'm like, oh, that's a nice copy because it's so dark and it's very difficult.
The black cover.
The teal really carries through, and that likes to fade out a lot. And it wasn't, not a lot of color breaks. It was really, really nice copy.
But yeah, the overall, like I said, the Looney Tunes goes from 1 to like 30. So I showed off.
It has Merry Melodies #1.
I showed it off in a post. Yeah,
That's
he has
rare
Merry Melodies #1. I was super excited. It's the first time I got to hold. First Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, and it's pretty amazing. It's maybe a 1.5. It's pretty.
Still.
He read it a lot. So I did not see Our Gang #1. He had 2 through 6, and that's a pretty rare book. Not that anybody cares about Our Gang, but I was like, oh wow, I remember
a lot of first appearances in that #1.
There's a lot of I think it's actually Woody Woodpecker's first appearance, if I'm not mistaken, too, on that book. It's a lot of first appearances in that one. It's one that's not really talked about.
Well, that's really quick here. Sorry, in the chat, we're just focused on the conversation, but Exciting wants to know, what about Bobby Blue Collection, any Black Terrors or Exciting? I think he also
Black Terror, some Shamies in there for sure. Let me look real fast.
Or Netter Comics.
Black Terrors. Let me look real fast. That's B. Oh yeah, there's all those Frankenstein. There's more Frankenstein books. Those don't come up that often.
Yeah, because that would be also Startling. I think those are the better publications and that kind of thing.
Oh, wait a minute. Was it Chamber 23 I was looking for?
Yeah.
That's in one of the boxes. I must have. Oh my God! I've been looking and it's in one of the early boxes. Okay, it's on my list. Good.
If we accomplish nothing else this week,
right when you get called out, you have to, all of a sudden.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's in there.
Weird.
Black Terror. There is a 5 and a 6.
That's why Felipe came on this channel.
Yeah.
Call you out.
Yeah.
Find that book.
So there is a 5 and 6 Black Terror. What was the other one you guys were asking?
Nedor Comics.
Just like the Exciting Comics and
Exciting.
No,
Comics.
I don't think there was any Exciting.
While you were looking at your sheet,
there was an Eerie.
Any Frankenstein 1, any famous funnies with Frazetta?
The famous funnies. No famous funnies. Frankenstein 4, 7, 9, 11, and 23 that I have on this list.
What is the Pep run like? I mean, obviously we saw the 22 sell.
Pep. Okay, so P for Pep. Let me see how much Pep I have on here.
Are Ryan and I going to have to fight for a 26? That's the question.
Yeah, is there a 26 in there?
No 26, unfortunately. Pep, he only had 1, 2, 3, 4. He only had 6 Pep books. The Pep 22, the 29, a 47, a 46, a 21, a 62. So yeah, he was a little bit all over the board.
Well, I mean, it sounds like if he was only getting about 10 cents a week,
correct?
Early on until
the
he had
early
his own
stuff.
money,
Yeah, it was what his dad bought.
Yep.
Yes, it wasn't he didn't get a chance. It was only till you got to his early like 10 on up, when he was 10, 11, 12, when he was able to actually go do stuff and earn a little bit to go buy comics, that he got more sequential in his buys.
Right.
So or if the newsstand, he would say the newsstand had old issues, like a couple that before they'd send them back. The newsstand he would buy from in town, the gentleman there would hold a book for him, which was nice. So
Very
cool. Because he was one of the few kids that consistently bought, so he was like, there. Any other requests as far as I stopped
number one.
No,
Frankenstein, but number one.
Yeah, no. No, there's a Tarzan one, Tales of the Crypt, Submariner, Super Mystery Comics, Speed Comics, Silver Streak, Shield Wizard Sensation, Mysterious Adventures, Mr. Mystery Menace. There's a Menace one coming up. That's a tough one.
What about any like the pre-new trend, like the lead into the new trend EC stuff, like War Against Crime, Crime Patrol?
Yes. There is. I don't have those listed. His Mad actually was pretty straightforward, 1 through 23. I think the whole comic run was there, and I think I only put the one in for right now. Lightning Comics, Journey into Unknown Worlds, Journey to Mystery, Incredible Science Fiction. He did have the that I have not is the EC magazines.
Oh, okay.
Which you don't see too often. I mean, they're not crazy, but you don't see those too often. Hangman Comics, I think I already put those up. Green Mask, 6 and 9.
And you said he had basically all the ECs. Was Weird Science and Weird Fantasy included in this?
Yes, Weird Science, all of them. The whole almost the whole run of everything at that point.
Very cool.
So yeah, he loved. I mean, that's why I was so surprised, because he loved think of it, in your teenage years.
I was gonna say he must have been like 14 or 15 around then,
and to have that material to your disposal to read and see those type of covers to entice you to buy. Yeah. Oh my gosh,
he's prime demographic at that time.
Yes, I'd be like, how many yards can I freaking mow? I need all these covers.
That's right.
So he had very good taste on when he got to his teenage years on covers and stuff for the most part. He did have Suspense 6.
Other than those westerns.
Yeah. Well, once again, that's a genre. Like he has Lone Ranger 1 through 12. I mean, think of all the different Web of Evil. Yes, there was quite a bit of Web of Evil. For 12 cents.
Yeah, because Ryan really wants to know.
Oh, yeah. GA Westerns. There's 2.5 banker boxes of Westerns I haven't even touched.
Oh, wow.
You think of anything of the major titles of Westerns, he has all 1 through whatever from the 40s. So he was, unfortunately, his Lone Ranger run, because that started in, I think, the late 30s for the first run. So he caught the second run 1 through whatever, which I think started in 43, I think 44 for Lone Ranger. He does have like Tarzan 1 second series, I think, which is still 40s, mid 40s on that run. That's a beautiful copy too. What else? The funny books. He's got a lot of funny books, kids funny books too.
Mickey, that's what you've been talking about.
Some nice
crazy,
copies, some
crazy
clean
comics
copies too.
And all these kind of goofy, itchy and scratchy inspirations and things.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, that's great.
He liked Carl Barks too, so he's got a lot of Barks. I mean, you saw that the Uncle Scrooge. What did his Uncle Scrooge? Shadow. Yes, just not very many Shadow books. He does have no romance, 0 romance. He was into the scary stuff at that time, so that's why those romances are so hard. There wasn't many girl collectors back then, collecting.
Nobody collected those.
I mean, give me that Cinderella cover, that Cinderella Love, Matt Baker. Whew. I mean, that's can you imagine what that art piece would go for at that point?
Yeah.
Crime Does Not Pay. Yes, he does have Crime Does Not Pay as well. So actually, I just dropped off, and I was just dropped off today with Scott, and it was, I have not seen this cover before, but it's cop cars. There's a cop car watching this guy, and he's handing ice cream to a little girl. And I'm just like, oh my God, the innuendo on this cover is absolutely insane. And I forget what number it is, but I'm like, I have to grade this one. I've never seen this one before. But
so
it's
not the kidnapping one.
No. It's like, here, little girl, here's some ice cream, you know, type thing. And I'm just like, I mean, it is a very young 7-year-old, 8-year-old, pigtails. Right. And he's handing her ice cream, and the cops are sitting there waiting to get him, you know.
Well, no, I think what you're talking about is the Crime Does Not Pay 40. I think it's 46.
Let me see. I'll tell you. Let me see. Or you want to pull up the cover and
because it's I'm pretty sure it's 46. Let me double check. Because I just had one.
24 is the one I would go after in that run.
So 46 is the 46? One. Yeah, it is 46.
It just that's it.
Yeah, so 46. Yeah, no, so what he's doing? They're gonna kidnap her. They've got
okay. I just
so he's trying to entice her to come over. It's like giving candy to like get this girl kidnapped.
Yes, I was just like, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful copy, and I was just like, oh my gosh, okay, this thing.
He did not have crazy covers. It really is. It's disturbing.
The iron. Unfortunately, I was looking for the one where she's getting her head ironed on the stove.
Yeah, that's 24.
That is. That cover to me is brutal. I mean, he did not have. Yeah, I was crossing fingers on that one. I would fight Felipe on that one to keep that one.
The 42 is another one I think that's really good. The guy getting shooting a gun, and you see like a silhouette's the electric chair. Yeah, right here on the right. 42.
He has that one. That one's there. His Crime Doesn't Pay is pretty extensive from here, actually. Do I have? I don't know if I listed those. Let me see. Crime.
Well, it's really cool. We were saying to Felipe earlier when he was on.
Like on my list right here, crime suspense. Is it crime? Oh, Crime Does Not Pay. 43, 42 is the only ones I have on here right now. Sorry, crime suspense is the EC stuff.
Yeah.
But like the 4080 has. I'm just trying to go over. This run is pretty deep right here on this stuff. He just doesn't have the earliest ones. So. But when I pulled the shock, he has Suspense 6. And if there's any cover on this planet, if I can somehow trade my way up into a Suspense 3, to me is the absolute best cover of all time. I don't think there is another cover on the planet. The context, the color, to me, I don't think there is another cover that even today they can't draw this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So just to have the sacrificial, I
feel like this is one of those, like, it's like your favorites comic. You know, it's like this is
Chill 19 is my placeholder for this, and I there's no way I can't even. A 0.15 I think is 20 now, maybe. I don't even know if this would even. I'd probably more.
I've seen pieces of one sell for over 10.
12 cents.
And this is one of those that's like, there's looking at the cover on a screen or in a book, and then they're seeing the damn thing, and I mean it was unbelievable.
So
to be in the presence of one.
So what I understand is about 20 years ago, this book, it was a hidden gem among dealers. The public just didn't know. Like, it just wasn't a heavy hitter. And then, with the internet and, people discovering, and I think this is a Sham and LB Cole worked on book.
Well, LB Cole's interior. Sham
So think of that. I mean, to have a duality of book like that is just
for a really long time there was still a stigma around this stuff. Like, this is the kind of stuff weirdos collected, you know.
No, well,
It's still the stuff weirdos collect.
but now, like, weirdos are more
we're just more open about it.
society.
Yeah. But like, I'll give you an example. I remember even when I first started in comics, the war comics of Captain America weren't as popular. Like because there's propaganda war stuff that people were just like, oh, it's the war. That's the war stuff, you know, and it's reversed completely, you know, as far as everybody's like, if it's got Nazis and someone's kicking the crap out of them and some girl in the background's tied up and in peril, that's what I want, you know.
Right.
So, well, the girl in peril, I think, is pretty much a common red. I always tease on the show. I always tease. I says the most expensive comic collection in the world would be every red dress in peril.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's the problem. You've got the one like when Bucky's tied up, and you're like, oh, if that was an attractive woman,
blonde
like,
girl in a red dress. Yeah.
Yes. Tenfold that price.
Nobody wants Bucky.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
So I wanted to buy this one, Jamie, but I didn't end up doing it. But this is the one where it's like, yeah, man, if you put a girl in this one, this thing is, you know, 4 times as much, 5 times.
Just remove the monster. Put the girl with the monster where the monster is right there.
Just think about 3. There's a girl there, but she's not in a red dress. It's a missed opportunity. Somebody read the color got it wrong. That could have been so much more.
When we were getting down on the caps and I'm sitting there and when I'm just like one at a time and I'm just like, oh my God, we're now in the 30s. Oh my God, we're now in the 20s. We're now in the 10s. We're now in single digits. And I'm just like, oh, does this actually go to the beginning? You know, because I mean his cap run was, I mean, this is a pretty extensive single run of caps, you know, as far as an original owner goes, you know.
It was madness trying to keep track of all of them when they went for sale.
Trust me. I was just like, this one's still live up here, and I'm like checking out pricing and what stuff goes for. But overall, the colors on his caps were just across the board. Once again, you know, there was a time in his life he forgot about the comics because, you know, he's got normal life and they were just in the boxes in his house in the closet, you know.
To his benefit that he did, because they might not have made it otherwise.
Well, so yes, the problem is when he started getting nostalgic on his mom's signature, and it almost broke him not selling, and that was tough because I feel the connection. You know, your mom wrote this, and it's and he has other things of his mom, but I mean, this was, you know, his mom took the time to make sure that he got his books back from school, and the kids were, they would hand these off to their. That's why a lot of these were in the condition they are, because of the fact that, hey buddy, read this one. This one's cool. Oh, give me that one. Let me read that one. I didn't get that. I didn't get that issue of Marvel Mystery this week, but I got the cap. Do you want to switch them to
trade these for the afternoon?
And that's why a lot of these have names on them, because that's what they did. If you look at a lot of Golden Age books, there are names on these books because this was currency at schools.
Yeah. It found return too.
Yep. So, and by the way, I really appreciate, this has been really fun watching you guys. This is, I think this could be something, to be honest. I really feel that, a play-by-play of auctions is could be something special that maybe auction houses would pay attention to.
I need to get a more comfortable chair, or maybe said auction house.
So I think streamlining it as far as unfortunately, because of the length of how many books on some of this stuff. But what you guys did is, you guys focused, and I appreciate the Bobby Blue, the headline. But as far as, getting the auction houses to send you, like, here's the list that, to pay attention to, and then having people offer in to say, like, can you take a look at these books and give us your opinion and your what you think, and overall, I think that could sway, favorable in the comic community for sure.
I mean, I guess
So-
the peak of this concept would be Heritage has us down. We're sitting like, we've got our little announcers table on the side, just like we're ringside, sitting there. Because I think that's the analogy you made, Mickey, right?
That was my joke of like, just coming in like Vince McMahon, with just like a fake crowd behind me and just hyping up, books, and we can pull up the stats and stuff like it's their measurements.
I mean, at 6'2", it'll be cool. Comes in on this book,
Last sale went for this, but
20 copies on sale.
Yeah,
it's just us off to the side, like whispering into microphones. And
oh my god, the last time this thing sold was 2003.
Yeah,
and then we have you just do the like every time like oh my god, like Joe Rogan, like get all energized about the bids and stuff like that. But the thing is that once again, what I strive for is comic buying should be fun. At the end of anything, collecting has to be fun, and buying has to be fun, and having that experience of a community and understanding what's there, and if it's not fun, why, so that's why Felipe and I do our best to laughs and just have a good time and fun, it's important, and deals, of course. So. And sometimes we get crazy. I don't know if you guys have seen. I know Ryan and Swaggle, but Drew, I don't know if you've joined as far as when we play poker for discounts. We get a little bit. We get a little crazy. We get a little crazy. For those that are watching that have not joined us,
it's funny. It's like I've never done the poker thing with you, but I've always said like, oh, when that happens, I'm gonna have to screen record so that I can obviously put it in my video.
So. What we end up doing is we'll play for discounts. So we'll say, look, we have this book up. It's $100. Make us an offer and give us a high low on it. So someone goes, you know what? 50 if I win, 70 if you win. Okay, we'll take that bet, right? And what I'll do is I'll shuffle 2 decks, and I'll say, do you want blue or red? And then so it doesn't create a chaos. I say up to 4 burns, up to 4 cuts. And then you can pick me or Felipe to deal out.
Wow.
And we get very animated because we are seriously wanting to win.
There's definitely some high stakes, high tension, over a $20 difference.
Yes, but we'll play for $2,000-$3,000 on a.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Wow.
Yeah, like we'll do it. So,
shout out to Metal Bum with the $4.99. Appreciate you. If y'all like the content, click the thumbs up. I agree. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
And Ryan, no more manga on your back wall. Please, do not promote manga. I am trying to buy as much manga as I can right now. For those,
that's what the kids like today,
Yep.
That is to me,
manga, yeah.
That is the manga is the next market that is going to blow up, and it already has slightly started with Dragon Ball Z, and Sailor Moon. But if you look at what cat, I swear, if you look at what the market is, Dark Horse just did a thing where Dark Horse said that 98% of their sales is manga, but it's 2% of their books.
Wow. So they're running volume on a very small number of titles.
Because the people are buying, it's about the entertainment. And so, and my son is 30, that's ages me. And him and his friends, they love Marvel. They love Spider-Man. Don't get me wrong. It's not take away from, what we have right now as far as the coolness of being a geek in this era. But they grew up on that stuff. And as it matures, that stuff is very low print run, very difficult to find. And like if you go to Comic-Con, this told me again, at San Diego Comic-Con, you had Marvel and you had DC, and you had 20 other manga booths, monster mega booths. And the lines on those booths were 50 to 100 each deep on some of those things. One Piece, all that stuff. So that just tells me
until they see that One Piece live action that's coming out.
Oh, yeah, Netflix. Yeah. Oh man.
I don't know.
Plastic Man 2.0.
It's hard
So-
to do a faithful adaptation of some of those mangas.
Yes.
It feels like it's trying to be very faithful, but that might be tough in live action.
For sure. But I for me, like I feel very strongly that for those that want to get ahead of the curve, Akira, that type of stuff, I see that stuff is not easy to find. I buy a lot of collections.
Yeah, I mean,
And
especially when you start getting like 36, 37, and 38. Those
Oh,
things are just
Yes.
impossible.
So that was a 1.5 year gap in print. So stores ordered, and then it was a year or so before they said, "Oh, hey, we have these last 4 issues," and that's why those are so rare. That those last 4 are more expensive than the entire 1 through 33, or I think 30. Yeah, 1 through 33. So it's interesting to see that progression in pricing on those, and I think those are going to seriously gain a value over time, because it's just it's the start of. I'm sorry. Here in America, we receive that type of stuff. So
yeah, absolutely.
But anyways,
well, I'll just quickly pull this up in case anyone had any closing thoughts about these ones before they all grayed out. Got a bunch of X-Men stuff right here. Young Allies to top off the Bobby Blue stuff. But what a weekend. Or what I call it the weekend. We're going
end
into
of
the
week.
weekend.
Yeah.
But what a week.
It's the weekend now. We get to
total-
celebrate. Cheers, boys! It's the weekend.
Yeah, cheers.
We're at like 13 hours. Like,
Yeah.
I will say some highlights from the Bobby Blue this week. The Mr. Mystery 6. I actually talked to Ryan. I was talking to him, and I says, on my sheet, I had no idea. I said, I know there's going to be those big guys out there that want the highest price or the highest graded copy of Pre-Code, and it's tied for highest on Census. The last one I think sold in 2003, and
for 1265. You know,
I'm sorry.
It sold for 1,265. Yeah, like 20 years ago.
Yeah. So
Buy the century right there.
I was thinking like 10 grand, you know, but I said the sky's the limit, and Ryan's like, I think 20, and it ended up going for right there. There you go. Right there you go. Right there. There it is. Yeah. I mean, it hits all that once again, red dress. So, but I mean, this thing hits all bells and whistles across. I mean, everything across the board on, you know.
I was saying I know most people like 12 the most, but that's my favorite cover of the run is 6.
Yeah. 12 is amazing as well. And I think this sold just very, very well, to be honest.
This is the one that definitely gets the most sort of love and attention.
Yep.
But I can see why you guys.
It gets the most eyeballs.
Yes.
That one sold right around where I had it at 15, and it went for a little over 14. So it was, you know, right in the the 12.
I think I had it for like 12.5. Is I think I try to be conservative, because you just, with everything going on, you just don't know what people are wanting or jetting for. You know, that's such a beautiful copy. Yeah. This is one of the few ones I asked him. I said the date stamp. This is one of the few ones he bought off the stand.
I noticed
with
that
date stamp. Yeah. I think there's only like 1 or 2 with the date stamps on any of his books.
There was another one. What was it? It came out like on. It was one of the horror books. I think it was December 30th, and I made the joke about, you know, can you imagine spending your New Year's Eve curled up with a copy of this thing? You know, just like that would have been awesome.
Good, I got it for Christmas. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I got to
spend my Christmas money on it or something.
The other one that was I'm not sure how to explain the LB Cole Starling Terror.
Oh, I thought you were going to be saying the Crime Suspense Stories 22.
I was going to say that next as well. I mean, it is an absolute stunner 6.5.
Yeah, the reds are so. Rich.
I mean, when in person, even like, it is absolutely insane. Where it got marked down to is right there, just barely on the spine.
This little kind of fade right here.
Just a little discoloration, yeah, and that was due to where this box was positioned in the closet over the millennia. Just a little bit of heat on the wall over 40 years.
Yep.
But I mean,
it almost always has some discoloration in the red. It's like it just seems inevitable with it.
But there's, I mean, it's just you know, I'll be honest. I was hoping for a 7, but 6.5. I'm more than happy. I mean,
Well,
to the
c-
person that got it.
considering I think that sale was like 50% above the prior record in any
Yes.
grade, I think it didn't matter.
It worked out.
It was
It
a-
worked
it
out.
was a 6.
I like it. Once again,
Yeah.
I'm happy that people now have a new appreciation and a repricing that's going to
Yeah.
definitely transpire
Mhm.
over this one. So
Well, this definitely seemed like a buy the book, not the grade type of price.
yes, very much so. And you know, you guys were talking about there's guys that can lighten as far as like peroxide the back cover, maybe get a
Mhm.
higher grade. I mean, the dynamic.
Oh, yeah,
I was going to go after it, but that was not going to
Yeah.
happen.
That
That
was
was-
the thing.
The dynamic, the thing with the dynamic is how black
Mm-hmm.
that cover is. There you're getting glare on that cover. Look at you can see the writing, how black you can actually read almost the writing in the bottom left corner.
Oh yeah.
Like
Mhm.
that's, I mean, it is for a 4 or 5. I was just like, wow. When I pulled that book out, I was like, oh my Lanta.
Yeah.
That was truly a shocker to see, because he did not have many dynamics.
This
So
one took like an hour to sell.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
You know what I
I
mean?
was with you guys the entire hour. Trust
Oh my
me.
God. It was
Yeah, it was insane. And once again, to the new owner, congratulations on an absolute record book. You know, because there's a 5.0, and those higher grades have never sold publicly. I don't think they will. I think those will be private sold.
Mhm.
I doubt those books. I think there's a 9 and a 7. I think those are the 2 higher grades those are somewhere in some vault somewhere.
Wow.
So, and
As
then
it should
the
be.
crime suspense, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful copy. It's bright, and I got marked down, just as you can see, just to the right of the where the RIES had a
Yeah.
little bit of discoloration right there, but no rips, no tears. Look how clean that staple is on the, like, you can see the color.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
Um,
the M sticking out from behind.
Yes,
And,
like,
you know,
that's
there's
not very common.
There's a sweet spot in that in ECs. You know, those 5.5s to 7.5s aren't all that common, and you know, they can bring some good prices. I mean, obviously, as we saw with this one.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is the longest time ECs got no love, because there are file copies, and you know, and
Mhm.
there are guys out there with 9.8s of like 9.4, 9.6,
Yeah.
9.8s
Of
runs.
most of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like you know, and so but to everybody else that just wants to get even a piece of the pie, and these have, because of pre-code lately, has really like taken off as a genre. I mean as a mainstream genre.
Mhm.
That
It's okay to
these
be a
are,
weirdo now.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's a good time to be I think she has slight red on her dress. I'll just put it that way. That's why this one's so popular. So,
Oh yeah.
you know, but yeah, this was a fun one. Actually, what's really interesting, in the last 3 years, Felipe and I have found 7 copies of this book.
Oh wow.
In one collection, he had 3 copies. We bought an estate sale, and the gentleman only had pre-code. There was probably 300 people in line, and Felipe and I were the first ones. And I have my ways with working estate sales. So if you see me there, good luck. I'm just going to be
Oh, my
honest.
goodness.
I am
We're
the
gonna need
masters of communication and closing. So
We're gonna need
on
some of
those
these insider tips, you know, in the backstage. You know.
All right.
So
I don't do much estate sales anymore. So here's what my forte on how to, if you see something you want in an estate sale, the first thing you do is you call the person in charge and you ask, good afternoon. You do your introductions. I am so-and-so. I am interested in purchasing X. What are your particular rules on how you operate your estate sale? And just by doing that, you've given them preference, that you recognize who they are and that they have their way of operating, and you would like to follow their guidelines. So, some of them create lists in the morning. Some of them do put a list out at the beginning of at the end of the night before it goes off. Some of them don't do lists. Some of them say you can't outline up. Some of them say, you know what, we only accept this. We're only selling it for this, or we're gonna do a live auction there at the estate sale for this item, or a blind bid. Whatever, you follow the direction and say, what is it that I need to bring to you that will let me buy that if I'm first in line? And I will follow through exactly what needs to be done. How do you accept your payment? You make sure that you're attentive and you understand and you follow through with each of those steps. And you'll be very surprised how receptive these people are because of the lack of empathy that these people have to go through. They're dealing with a family that they've got 3 days and they've got to get in and get out. And it's a lot of setup time and energy and everything. And think of it, when you're running those estate sales, it's a grab. And dealing with that in that environment. So if you slow it down and you say, look, I'm not here to cause problems. There's other stuff in the house. Oh, that's a key thing. There's other stuff in the house I would like to buy as well. So you're not just there for that one item or that group of items. So for instance, like I says, look, there's like with this particular estate sale that we bought the collection, I think there was 87 pre-codes. And she didn't even take a photograph of all the books. So there was the exploding face. There was, it was deep. And that was our first like major pre-code together that we bought. But I says, look, there was posters in there. This house, they were huge circus families, Ringling Brothers and Bartman. So they had original posters. Their grandfather was the gentleman that would go before the circus to the cities and put up the posters. So he would take down posters from or trade posters with other guys, and he kept all those posters.
And those things got so big.
Yeah. The gorilla one, the original gorilla one was like 7 feet by like 3 feet. It's the only one they've ever had or seen that was a full sheet.
Wow.
What was the gentleman that Wild Bill
Hickok?
Yes, original poster from the late 1900s, or 1895 or something like that. So, and then the household literally stopped in technology in like 1960. Like the house froze. Like it was crazy. It was just like the wind-up phone on the wall still. It was pretty interesting to see. So, but once again, when you're dealing with estate sales, to anybody out there that likes to go shopping estate sales and you would like to get a leg up, those are my inside tips on how to handle, those deals. Yeah. And you'd be very surprised if you can, what you can get by just putting yourself out there and engaging with the person that's set up. So
how early do you like to get there?
I have spent 2 days in front of a house before to make sure I'm the first one.
Holy crap.
Wow. Yes, absolutely. That collection, I was there for 2 days. I want to make sure. I said, I will be there. I says, is it okay? I don't mind if I'm okay, if I'm parked out front. Like I go through the whole, and I introduce myself when I'm there and I says, look, I'm not here to be in your way. I appreciate the opportunity and I am ready and I am first in line, and that's it. So they know I'm serious. I'm not there to like mess around. I'm not there to, I'm there to conduct business in an orderly fashion. And I don't say anything to anybody when I'm there, because I'm not, Southern California, the comic community is pretty small. So as soon as, you got the normal showing up to estate sales, it's all the local guys, same thing, So what are you here for? Oh, I'm here for the teacups. Everybody does the pregame, don't look at what I'm looking at type scenario, but everybody's there for the,
I'm here for the Batman Forever glasses
collection, like
yeah. So, but it was, she had Metropolis calling for that collection. She had, it got out pretty big. So, but once again, it's just how you approach things.
Yeah.
So
awesome. Professionalism, respect, manners, just
it goes
a long way.
A long way. So
you don't open up with like, does this shit gotta go?
Yeah. Well, no. Well, like for instance, like one thing to consider is also, is it a 1 day, 2 day, 3 day sale? So like those are other things you need to, look at as far as dealing with those estate sales and stuff like that. So, but you'd be very surprised to see what pops up on estate sales.
Not at all.
It's
crazy.
But yeah, so hopefully that helps someone land something fun for them if they come across something they really would like to get. So
Very cool.
Well, thanks for sharing that.
absolutely.
Well, we've been going 4 hours and 33 minutes.
We've
Guys,
been
the
going
longest
like
one.
13 hours.
Yeah, you guys are studs. Seriously, that's pretty impressive.
I'm like shifting around this dining room
Yeah.
chair.
Yeah, you're like as soon as I
Killing
sign
me.
off, it's bathroom break.
Yeah.
So
Well, once again, Jamie, thanks so much for hopping on and sharing some stories about this stuff. This has been a really cool, experience, and it's been cool to, do some videos with you guys and talk about it. And so, just big congratulations, man. I mean, you guys got this legendary collection and birthed it out into the world today in a big way. And, if you guys are in the chat and you want to keep posted on FlipMode Comics, go check out their Instagram, and don't outbid me and Ryan, next time around. But you can stay tuned for their sales, and
just
you'll
watch
be,
for them
be
to
very
be
happy.
quiet. All of a sudden, when they're quiet, they're like,
Yeah, you hear the typing.
Yeah,
soft
yeah,
typing in the
exactly.
background.
Hear the keyboard. Guys.
Yeah. Don't look for me to share it when it's actually going live. This is my one time telling you guys. Okay, it's up to you to follow them, and then you can do your own work.
Did a GS196 only sell for 10 grand?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was like 10,300 or something like that.
Oh, I mean, I'll say I looked at that one before because I always like to look at high grade giant size X-Men because that CGC's case is just the worst for that book, and it has a bend, or it looks like a fold and possibly a small tear in the top right.
Oh, yes.
And so that's why I'm like, is it a 9.6? Might not be anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
White page, but still, I mean, look at that bottom corner, the bottom left corner. Is that damage? Is that
that might be bindery?
But for me, it's the right side. You can see
also the right corners.
You can see another indent.
Blunted.
Yeah, a little blunted.
Well.
But you're right. The fold over.
Look in the middle. Look how it curved in.
Yeah.
I mean,
looking at the 90-day on this guy, so it's under 11,000. So this thing is not heading a good direction.
That's and you guys were mentioning the Hulk 181s, and that 9.2. I was like, wow, that seems very affordable.
Yeah.
So on such a just a big book, we got Wolverine coming back again, and that book is on that type of trend. I'm like, geez. I mean, that's where I said, like, there's a lot of dealers I know that have bought books in the last 2-3 years, and they said, I just put them away. I probably 5 to 6, 7 years. Yeah. Those books are not going to see light of day until I'm somewhat positive on them. So
yeah, definitely feels like the inventory is getting pulled back on in a lot of.
Or they put them on their wall at that price, and everybody's just like,
just to bring eyes to the wall. Like they don't put the price. What they'll do is they'll put it
on the back.
But they put it on the back. I hate that.
Oh, I hate that too.
I'm like, dude, just show the price. Like, come on, like really?
I tell you, I did that this last weekend because I'm burning through Post-it notes like crazy because I got to reprice all this crap all the time. It's just like I'm killing trees left and right.
My God.
You don't even want to know how many Post-it notes we go through.
Oh man.
My God.
There's like forests that have been laid to waste so I could price comic books.
Actually, the worst is our black pins because Felipe Felipe has really nice writing. Mine, I'll write you a prescription because mine looks like a doctor's note, but he has really good lettering. So we buy the 36 pack of the ink pens for him to write, and he goes through those probably once a month. We go through at least 36 of those pens, writing all the information on all the books for the show. So it's pretty crazy to see the like, oh my gosh, did we just buy a pack? Yeah. So, but you guys have been on long enough. I appreciate your time. Thank you guys again. It was really fun. I had a great time watching you guys, listening to you guys. I hope everybody out there enjoyed it as well. I think, like I said, I think this is something very special, and I hope you guys continue this. And don't be sad that hopefully I pump you guys into doing the next Bobby Blue in November. So I'm just saying,
Yeah.
So
Well, we'll see. It's definitely a lot of fun. I mean, if the schedules allow, and stuff,
maybe a maybe a sponsorship with a banner.
Yeah, maybe we can do a little something. I'll wear a Comic Connect, jacket, or
I get you guys a couple T-shirts to wear.
Vincent, if you're out there listening, you got my number. You know how to contact me.
I got you.
But once again, guys, thanks so much for joining us. Everyone in the chat, really appreciate you guys hanging. Go follow FlipMode. Go subscribe to Ryan and Drew. I'm sure you guys are already subscribed to them, but in case you're not, hop over to their channels. Any last words, guys?
No, it's been a pleasure, guys. I think the one thing that kind of still surprises me is 4 hours is a bit of time, but I mean, it hasn't been a hard task to fill 4 hours with the three of us for sure. So looking forward to doing it again.
Perfect.
Yeah. And the same thing, it's surprising, we're here talking for 12, 13 hours now, and it feels like we're able to just there's always stuff to talk about. So, it's been a fun dynamic, and it's really fun just getting to talk about this kind of stuff, because you don't always get to do that all the time. I mean, there's lots of texting and that kind of stuff that we talk, but not in person like this. So it's been great.
Internet friends.
Yep.
Definitely amazing that you could talk so much about all this paper, all these comics. Well, with that, guys, I'm going to say goodnight, but I'm going to play us off with a commercial because, hey, I made this commercial and you guys are going to watch it every single time until I'm done with it, until the next issue where I make the next commercial. All right. But thanks again, guys. Appreciate y'all. See y'all in the next.
Bye, everybody.
Stream.
All right.
Hi, I'm Mickey, also known as Swagglehouse from the YouTube channel Swagglehouse Comics and Games, where I talk about the hobby of comics and comic book collecting. And I'm here to tell you that your comic book collection deserves better.
What the hell, man?
And it's gonna have spine ticks. You see, for the last few years, your pull list has been plagued with low-quality printing, overdone gimmick covers, and rare exclusive variants that are rarely exclusive nor varied. But with my new comic series Sanity, Rise of the Occult, a Lovecraftian pulp adventure that pays homage to the detective style of comics from the Golden Age, I promise to subvert your expectations by actually providing you a high-quality comic with a cohesive story in its pages. Yeah, that's right. There's a story behind this cover. You see, Sanity wasn't created by some click of a button on an AI program intended to make the FOMO book of the week. It was done the old-fashioned way, sitting at a desk for weeks on end, developing carpal tunnel and bad posture, and not getting paid a single dollar to do so. I mean, aren't you tired of paying for overpriced foiled variants that publishers have marked up? With my book, you can get yourself a copy, a box of Reynolds wrap with over 75 strips super shiny, and have enough money left over to save up for that Grail you've been going after. Dark Hawk Blood to the moon! And do you really need another book with Power Girl on the cover showing off her massive capes? The problem with those covers is that it requires you to change the bag every 2 days. And have you seen the prices for comic book supplies? That Mylar really adds up. My book only requires one bag. Scrubs. So head on over to SwaggleHouseComics.com and start improving your comic book collection today with a copy of Sanity issue number 1. And be quick. Because when I say my print run is limited, I actually mean it. How's that for proof of destruction? My name is Swagglehouse, and I'm here to tell you that your comic book collection deserves better.